Councillor Jennifer McKelvey. I am Chair of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. The clerk has confirmed we have quorum, so I'd like to now call meeting 31 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held with members of council and city staff participating by both video conference and in person at City Hall in the council chamber. City Hall is open to the public, and anyone is welcome to attend the meeting in the council chamber today at City Hall. The public may continue to participate electronically by video conference. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Infrastructure and Environment Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. If you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call the speakers in order on the list, whether they are online or in person. I ask for everyone's patience if we experience any delays or technical problems during the meeting. Members, City Clerk has provided all agenda material on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are also available to help you. Members, if you want to speak or question staff, please get my attention on the mic so I can add you to the list of speakers. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure that they keep their video on and raise their hand to indicate their vote. Members, this is a paperless meeting, and I want to remind you that you must still submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at iec@toronto.ca to help with motions. Although we are meeting in different locations and some meeting remotely today, the committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nation, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you have an interest, please raise your hand, unmute your mic, and indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Okay, seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes of our meeting on May 25th, 2022? Councillor Cole.
I so move. Motion to confirm the minutes.
Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. We have 23 items listed on our agenda today. I understand that Deputy Mayor Min Wong has the new business item to introduce. Deputy Mayor, do you wish to introduce your item?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I think you'll like it. Yes.
Okay, Deputy Mayor is moving an item on monitoring traffic congestion. We're just voting to move this to the agenda. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item is introduced. Councillor Pasternak, I understand you have an item to introduce.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, I have an item. It's a project, a fully funded infrastructure project in Ward 6 that was part of the Section 37 agreement. The project has been stalled. There's funds there, and for safety and the protection of pedestrians, we'd like this project to proceed. We'd like a timeline on when it will be tendered and when it will be constructed.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pasternak's introducing these items. We're just voting on the introduction. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item is introduced. Are there any additional items to introduce? Okay, seeing none, we'll move.
Madam Chair Perruzza.
Yes.
Yeah, I do. I have, I believe, a memo there before the committee from Councillor Cole and I, and it relates to, grass cutting in districts, and I wanted to ask our staff to look at creating what would be involved in creating an emergency response group when grass and weeds and stuff becomes unruly in our boulevards and doesn't meet the current schedule isn't able to deal with those things.
So the clerk have advised that they don't have your letter. Do you want to confirm where it was submitted and when?
So let me just check with my staff. I believe they sent it to the clerk, that the memo was sent. But I will follow up with them if the clerk doesn't have it. And just to give you notice that I would like that item added that matter added to the agenda as well.
Okay, if you can submit it, we'll do the agenda run through and then hopefully it'll be in by then we'll introduce it. Okay.
Sure, thank you.
Any additional items? Okay, great. So our first item is IE 31.1, amendment to purchase order number 6044650 with Candevcon Limited for the design of the Port Union Road widening. I'm prepared to move the staff recommendations as it's in Ward 25. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 31.2, amendment to blanket contract 47022-825 with SNF Canada Limited and blanket contract 47022-823 with Quadra Chemicals Limited for polymer related to biosolids, dewatering, and waste activated sludge thickening for the Ashbridges Bay treatment plant. Would anybody like to hold this item? Seeing none, would somebody like to move this item? Councillor Cole's moving the item. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 31.3, amendment to purchase order number 6040249 with WSP Canada Incorporated for professional engineering services for the rehabilitation and upgrade of 7 sewage pumping stations, Group 5 at various locations. Would anybody like to hold this item? Seeing none, would somebody like to move this item? Councillor Cole's moving the item. All those in favor? All those opposed? The item carries. IE 31.4, contract award for construction services.
Hold that, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Councillor Pasternak will hold that.
IE 31.4, contract for construction services to GFL Infrastructure Group Incorporated for basement flooding protection program is being held by Councillor Pasternak. IE 31.5, award of request for tender Ariba document number 33202022763 for the Biosolids Master Plan Implementation Project and South Facility Upgrades Project at Highland Creek Treatment Plant in amendment to purchase order number 6052723 with CH2M Hill Canada Limited for contract administration services. I'm prepared to move staff recommendations as it's in Ward 25. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 31.6, entering into a fundraising agreement and management agreement with Friends of Allan Gardens in Ward 13. Would anybody like to hold this item? Somebody like to move this item? Councillor Layton's moving. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 31.7, 2023 Arboricultural Services contract terms. Would anybody like to hold this item?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'm just going to point out, I sent a note to the clerk that I'm unable to access the confidential attachment on the clerk's portal. I don't know if others have had more success. I forgot to bring this to staff's attention before now. I'm prepared to move the motion just because it goes to council and I can have a look at it before then. I don't suspect I will have any changes that would need to be made here. So I'll move the staff recommendations, but if the clerk could at some point in time, not today necessarily, just update that link so I could take a look before council, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. They've taken note of that, and thank you for reminding me. I was going to check this morning that it was on there. So Councillor Layton is moving. Do you want to move it? Is moving IE 31.7. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 31.8, suspension of Aplus General Contractors Corporation. Would anybody like to hold this item? Okay, so anybody move staff recommendations? Councillor Cole's moving. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 31.9, Sustainable Energy Plan Financing Program Update. Would anybody like to hold this item? Would somebody like to move this item? I'll move staff recommendations. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 31.10, Yorkdale Transportation Master Plan. I will hold as there are speakers on this item. Councillor Cole would also like to hold. IE 31.11, 2022 Mid-Humber Municipal Class Environmental Assessment. I will also hold as there are speakers on this item. IE 31.12, Cycling Network Plan 2022 Cycling Infrastructure Installation Second Quarter Project Updates. I will hold as there are speakers on this item. IE 31.13, Portland's Flood Protection Interim Road Opening Cycling Infrastructure. Would anybody like to hold this item? Does somebody move staff recommendations? Councillor Cole, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 3114 Broadview Avenue Extension Environmental Assessment. Would anybody like to hold this item? Would somebody like to move staff recommendations? Councillor Cole's moving. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 3115, update on single-use and takeaway items reduction strategy, reducing single-use, formerly volunteer measures program, launch. Would anybody like to hold this item? We have a speaker on this item now, so I will hold for a speaker. IE 3116, update on planned improvements to the York Beltline Trail and K. Gardner Beltline Trail in Ward 8. Would anybody like to hold this item? Okay, Councillor Cole is holding 3116. IE 3117, update on electric vehicle strategy implementation program. I will hold as there is a speaker on this item. IE 3118, updating the traffic calming policy to reflect the speed limits on local roads. Would anybody like to hold this item? Deputy Mayor would like to hold it?
I'd like,
Okay.
I'd like to defer indefinitely. Otherwise, I can move that to defer indefinitely.
Okay, so we'll vote on your motion.
I'll speak to the deferral. I don't support a deferral. I think we
Okay.
should adopt the item as it stands. If we're serious about Vision Zero, we need to be serious about Vision Zero. Speed is an enormous factor in the likelihood of accidents becoming fatal.
Okay, so the Council
Let's
Layton's-
hold the item down.
Okay, we'll hold. IE 3119, amendments, Bartlett-Havelock-Gladstone cycling connections. Would anybody like to hold this item? Okay, I'll move the recommendations on behalf of Councillor Bylau. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 3120, Metrolinx's proposed Don Valley layover. I will hold as there are speakers on this item. IE 31.21, next steps to make Toronto safer for birds. Would anybody like to hold this item?
I have a small amendment that the clerks have.
It's not prepared, so we'll hold it while that gets formatted. IE 3122, I have a chair's ruling. This will be going to the executive committee next week, so it doesn't need to be on this agenda. So I advise that this item was erroneously submitted to the IEC agenda. The item was subsequently correctly submitted for the executive committee agenda, and the advice of the Toronto Accessibility Advisory Committee will be considered at the July 12th executive committee meeting. As such, I'm ruling this item is redundant, and the clerk will mark the item as withdrawn from consideration. Okay. The next item is IE 31.23, storefront entry ramps on the public right-of-way accessibility feedback. Would anybody like to hold this item? Okay, seeing none, somebody like to move the item? Councillor Cole is moving. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Do we have Councillor Peruzza's item ready to introduce? Councillor Peruzza, your letter is going to appear on the screen. Would you like to introduce the item briefly?
As indicated earlier, it's just basically a request for a think through and a report back from our staff on how we might be able to respond to overgrown grass and weeds on boulevards and in very unsightly areas that, for example, the current maintenance program isn't able to deal with in a timely way. I think we all experience this problem. So having a more nimble response process, I think would do us all well in this regard. Nothing is more troublesome to local residents and to neighborhoods than to have an area that's overgrown and unsightly, full of weeds and garbage, and we don't have the capacity or ability to deal with it for weeks in some cases until the regular maintenance schedule catches up to the weeds and the grass themselves. And and it just simply drives people crazy, including me, and I suspect that many of you. So this is just a request of our staff to think about how we might be able to respond in a more timely way to unsightly areas and streetscapes in our city.
Great. Okay, so we're just voting on the introduction right now. Councillor Perruzza is introducing this item. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item is introduced and will be displayed. Okay, so this brings us back to our agenda. Our first item for consideration is IE 31.4 contract award for construction services to GFL Infrastructure Group for basement flooding. Councillor Pasternak, you held the item. Questions of staff?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So, yes, a few questions for staff, and then I speak. We'll move through this pretty quickly. Now, it's my understanding for every major in the city, we do have a City of Toronto staff member who is responsible for, I guess, customer service or public relations, monitoring the site, making sure that there's adherence. Is that assumption generally correct?
Through the chair, Councillor, it's Michael DeAndrea, Engineering Construction Services. That is absolutely correct. Our project managers are ultimately responsible for the project. We typically have, on these large projects, just as you noted, we'll have an engineering consultant who's involved on the front end on the design, and then contract administration through the inspection. On the basement flooding program, because it's complex and so intrusive to the community, we've also gone one step further. We have assigned a field ambassador who is working alongside the contractor and serves as the interface between the public, the contractor, and city staff. But ultimately, if there are issues with respect to the nature of the work or issues with the contractor, staff are ultimately responsible.
Okay, you've actually done a good way to my second question. The field ambassador, is each of our subcontractors bound by a code of conduct on following, bylaws, whether they be noise bylaws or parking or even littering, respect for the local community? And based on that code of conduct, is it the field ambassador that does intake for complaints?
Through the chair, I mean, we have a fairly high bar so far as our expectations of the contractors and the consultants that we engage for that matter. The field ambassador, when it's all said and done, is serving as the interface between the public and the contractor. So, for example, if there's an excavation near a property and a property owner needs to move that day or to access beyond the limits of the trench, then the field ambassador serves as the interface of the contractor, so making provision so that the property owner can exit their driveway or their walkway. But with respect to issues of conformance to our city standards and requirements, ultimately it's city staff that are responsible.
So do we have any enforcement measures, and do we track complaints if one of our partners or our subcontractors are actually violating any kind of our rules? I mentioned a couple of noise bylaw, littering, illegal parking, those types of things. Do we track those complaints, and do we have any enforcement powers other than municipal licensing and I guess parking enforcement?
Through the chair, I mean, those are the kinds of things that we track very closely. And in fact, what you may not know is that we have a contractor performance evaluation process, and that the contractors are evaluated on a regular basis. It could actually lead to suspension of the contractors bidding on future work, or in the worst case scenario, it could lead to termination of the contract. We've done that as well.
Okay. All right, Madam Chair, that's it for questions for me, but I did want to speak.
Okay.
I do not have a motion.
Great. Any additional questions of staff? Seeing none, we'll move to speakers on this item. Councillor Pasternak.
Great, thank you very much. Well, I guess it's no secret where I'm going on this. I guess I'll start with the positive. Our basement flooding program is one of the best things that has happened in York Center. When I arrived at City Hall, 12 years ago, I can't believe it's been that long. It feels longer sometimes. Basement flooding was a major problem with extreme weather events in 2013, 2014, 2018, where dozens, perhaps hundreds of basements were flooded and houses were damaged severely. But with the acceleration of the environmental assessment and the tendering of projects like this, we have been managing to get on top of the basement flooding issues. And I give good credit to our city staff for their engineering and project management capability. And I will credit our subcontractors who have done the work at the local level. It seems to be working. That being said, I think there's some work to be done. Our office, and I understand other offices, receive a growing number of complaints about code of conduct and etiquette of these major construction operations on our streets. The complaints include early starts before bylaw, the irregular illegal parking on side streets, the dust and the lack of watering down to keep the dust under control, basic littering violations such as coffee cups and other abandoned pieces of paper and garbage, sites that have remained inactive for months, and staging of equipment in inappropriate places. Now, this is according to residents. We have been out to a couple of sites, and sometimes the complaints are unreasonable, but generally here, where we were getting a growing number of complaints of the code of conduct of our subcontractors. So, as I said, I do not have any motions on that, but I am bringing it to the attention of my colleagues and city staff, and with an undertaking that they'll work with our field ambassadors to make sure that our suppliers, and I'm not trying to pick on GFL, but they are a major supplier. There are others as well, and they subcontract, that they the extra time at the end of the day to water down the dust. That they create some kind of a system for people to throw out their lunch litter or their coffee cups, and that they can't endlessly leave sites untended. In other words, start the work and then leave the site and all their equipment there and trailers and so forth for months on end, with the local community not knowing what's going on. And of course, we have to look at the illegal parking and the sight lines. Even if it's a legal parking spot, you have to look at the sight lines of private driveways. Early starts are good as long as they conform to bylaw. So I'll leave it at that, Madam Chair, but I did want to press the issue that this is on our radar at the local level, in our neighborhoods and at our office, and we do not have the resources to do intake on the growing number of complaints we have about I guess the behavior of major subcontractors who are doing major infrastructure work. And I realize that work is messy. That work takes time. It's noisy, but it's vital. And I tell the neighborhoods that when it's said and done, your home is protected, your business is protected. But at the same time, I think we have to do better on a day-to-day basis. And I'm asking senior staff to work with our field ambassadors and our subcontractors to make sure that there's respect at the local level. And I would appreciate if that's done, and we'll keep tracking that. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Any additional speakers to this item? Okay, with that, would somebody like to move staff recommendations? Councillor Pasternak, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Our next item is IE 3110 Yorkdale Transportation Master Plan. We have one speaker, John Filippetti with the Yorkdale Shopping Center and Oxford Properties. John, are you online? John's in person. Okay, we'll just give you a minute to set up, and then you have 5 minutes.
All set. Good morning, Madam Chair, committee members, city staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before the committee about the Yorkdale Transportation Plan. My name is John Filippetti. I'm the Vice President of Design and Innovation at Oxford Properties. We are the managers of Yorkdale Shopping Centre as well as one of its co-owners. Our lawyer, Mark Flowers of Davies Howe, has filed a letter with the committee which includes our 2 previous letters to staff on this matter, as well as a memo from our transportation consultant, WSP. Oxford and its team of consultants has been actively engaged with the city's Transportation Master Plan, TMP, since its inception in 2019. The Yorkdale TMP was initiated by the city in response to our official plan amendment application, which seeks to include the entire Yorkdale property in the Dufferin Street secondary plan. We've also completed our own master plan process for the future of Yorkdale, working closely with city planning staff. This process has included a number of public consultation events. The reason for my deputation today is that while we generally support many of the proposed transportation improvements identified in the TMP, we object to 2 of the staff recommended preferred solutions put forward in the TMP report. Firstly, we object to the inclusion of preferred solution number 23 in the report. This is a proposal for a pedestrian and cycling bridge over the 401 and would connect Billy Bishop Way and Yorkdale Road. This proposed solution is a distraction from other more effective and achievable solutions outlined in the TMP. We do not believe the need for this bridge has been sufficiently demonstrated, even when assuming for future intensification of these 2 sites. The areas north and south of the 401 are already connected by Dufferin Street, and each has its own subway stop. The bridge would be at least 225 meters long. That's over 700 feet. It would have to cross something like 20 lanes of traffic over the 401, including on and off ramps. It would be extremely challenging to design and get MTO approval for its construction. And then there's the cost in the range of $25 million. When we consider the finite collective resources we all have to deal with the myriad of issues facing this community, we don't see how the investment of further time or money in this proposal can be justified. Secondly, we object to the inclusion of a portion of proposed solution number 34. This is a recommendation for a dedicated east-west cycle lane on Yorkdale Road beside the 401. We support east-west cycling facilities and in fact have included such a facility in our design for the new public east-west street called the Greenway, which is part of the Yorkdale Master Plan. What Solution 34 proposes is a duplication of the public cycle path we have included on the Greenway. Our cycle path will be part of a tree-shaded boulevard along a low-speed public local road. In short, a far safer and more amenable, attractive cycling facility compared to Yorkdale Road beside the 401. Furthermore, the preferred Yorkdale Road cycle facility would require the city taking more land from Yorkdale. On top of the 3.4 meter wide road widening that Yorkdale already conveyed to the city in 2016 to accommodate a multi-use path along Yorkdale Road. This is land that would otherwise be used for much needed residential development. And Oxford has confirmed that it would not be prepared to gratuitously convey additional land in this location. In conclusion, we request that the committee direct the preferred solutions 23 and 34 be removed from the list of preferred solutions for the TMP, and that transportation staff undertake further study on their feasibility, and the balance of the TMP can proceed in the interim. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Councillor Cole has questions.
Thank you, Mr. Filippetti. Yes, I just thank you for being here on this very important study that affects not only myself, but Councillor Pasternak to the north, who I'm sure is paying close attention to this. It affects him greatly as the growth is happening to the north of Yorkdale also. Uh, You're not against the cycling infrastructure going in, because you've included that in your plans for, in that east-west boulevard that's going to go right through Yorkdale, right?
That is correct.
And is that going to be segregated, or how will that work, initial stages of building that east-west corridor for cycling?
Yeah, the plans that we submitted to staff are very similar in sense to what was proposed on Yorkdale Road. So it's a bidirectional path, separated lanes of the appropriate width on the boulevard, so it meets all the standards of a separated cycling track.
And I guess what you're objecting to is that in the city's plan, they've asked for a second east-west cycling path adjacent to the 401. Now, you mentioned the one that Yorkdale is proposing through the boulevard is much safer than the one that the city is proposing.
We think it is, and that is backed up by WSP's analysis because it's adjacent to a very low-speed local road, as opposed to being part of Yorkdale Road, which is a higher-speed artery. So we think it's safer and also just a much more pleasant cycling environment. It'll be tree shaded, and there'll be buildings on either side, so it's just a nicer environment.
And then you mentioned your concern about the proposal to build the pedestrian cycling bridge over the 401. And so your transportation people have estimated the cost to be what again?
Actually, that's the city's estimate of 25 million.
So it's 25 million to build a pedestrian bridge. So you're saying there's higher priorities than this pedestrian bridge?
Yeah, I think there are. When you look at the myriad of items in that report, many of them they're fantastic suggestions, and it'd be great to get them going as soon as possible. And if obviously there's a limited amount of funds, so it'd be great to focus them on things that are more immediate and I think more effective in delivering better transportation.
And as is one of those priorities, which I think is a priority that the community has been asking for, is the extension of Dufferin north of Wilson, and then it would curve into, flow into the Allan Road north, which could relieve some of the bottlenecks that occur because people can't go north of Wilson on Dufferin.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with all the details of the TMP. Perhaps staff could comment on that, but I don't know about that one.
Yeah, and then in terms of the kind of community that is going to be built there, I think it's appropriate to let people know that this is a 20-year plan, and you're proposing to basically bring in how many residents into the Yorkdale community, where now there's just giant parking lots. You're going to make it more of a residential, commercial community.
That's correct. So our current plans, which are still before planning staff, unapproved, are for about 5,100 residential units. So population would be probably around 9,000 people or so over a 20-plus year period. So it would be a phased development.
So we're going to have quite a influx of people. So you think cycling will be part of your plan, more pedestrian movement, and also obviously more transit usage because it is a major transit hub.
That's correct. So the transportation plan that we've done as part of our application sees the modal split, of the share of car trips declining and active transportation increasing, as well as public transportation increasing.
Okay, anyways, thank you, Mr. Filippetti. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional questions of the deputant? Councillor Pasternak, 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. So on the report, it's quite the price tag here, but you mentioned earlier that of the items, I think the cycling overpass was too expensive. Who pays for the $500 million, 356 to $458 million price tag on this program, on this transportation strategy?
I think that's probably a question for staff. This is the TMP covers a very wide area from Kiel all the way to Bathurst, Kiel to Bathurst. So the funding would be over a longer period of time, and I don't have knowledge of exactly how it would be funded.
Commuter parking is a big part of the traffic flow at Yorkdale now. My notes indicate you had 1,000 commuter parking spots available now. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is the future of those spots, or the future's unknown? I
believe there's an agreement with the parking authority for those stalls, and there is an expiry to that agreement. I don't know the details of it.
Okay. So you mentioned that about 9,000 people will be living here, and I didn't realize I'm veering off the report itself. Is Oxford committed to building a community center to make it a complete community to help service the 9,000 people?
Yes, so our proposal includes a suite of various community benefits, and includes a childcare facility, community center, possibly a recreation facility. I mean, these are all things that would be subject to detailed discussion with staff and the local community to decide exactly what are the best facilities or the most needed ones. But we would like the community to be well served from day one. So we'd like each phase to have the appropriate community facilities as part of it.
So New Landing, I guess, had a little more than 20,000 people, and they had a state-of-the-art community center built as part of that development agreement. It was in the $80 million range. Is that what we're looking at for Oxford and Yorkdale?
The community facilities have not been finalized yet, but obviously they would be commensurate with the size of the population of each phase, and we're open to all those discussions with staff.
Okay, thank you. We'll leave it at that. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pasternak. Any additional questions for the deputants? Okay, seeing none, thank you. We'll move to questions of staff. Any questions of staff? Councillor Cole.
Yes, I have a number of questions of staff, and I guess it's Mr. Presta is the Edward. Are you there, Edward? It's the senior project manager for this transportation study.
Yes, I am, Councillor Cole.
Oh, thanks, Edward. Yeah, I just, again, I know you and your staff have been through a lot of meetings and a lot of work on this, so I certainly appreciate that. And I'm sure you're intimately involved with this very complex project. I just wanted to hear your comments about why you're putting forth a proposal for this pedestrian bridge, cycling bridge, especially when there are so many other, as the community has said clearly, there's so many other serious traffic concerns in that whole area about the total gridlock. So why would this bridge be one of your priority infrastructure investments?
One of the major elements of the TMP is to reduce auto dependency, and so this pedestrian cycle bridge connection over the 401 provides one of many opportunities to move people through cycling and to walk through the area. And so we know that north of the 401 there are development pressures that are coming online, Downsview being one of them, where a connection like this can be very important to move people. And that connection will, in terms of timing, we don't know exactly when. When you look at other north-south connections, Dufferin is the closest one. But then to the east, we don't really have many other connections other than, I think, Bathurst. So ultimately, all of these improvements are to reduce auto dependency.
Couldn't you do a comparison of saying, if you want to reduce auto dependency, if you essentially allowed for HOV bus lanes on Dufferin that could go through an extended Dufferin that would go north into Councillor Pasternak's area and put dedicated bike lanes and bus lanes on Dufferin, because right now nobody travels on Dufferin by bike, or they don't even dare walk on Dufferin in Yorkdale. They risk your life walking that area. So couldn't you basically encourage more pedestrian movement, more cycling, etc., more public transit use on a street like Dufferin if we spent that $25 million on extending Dufferin north of Wilson?
I think that's a valid comment. As part of the TMP, we also looked at adding cycle facilities, improving pedestrian facilities along Dufferin, along with an HOV lane. So that's all part of the mix in delivering transportation improvements through the area. And just to be clear, all of these, or I'd say 90% of these improvements require another level of analysis. And some of them are going to be further EA work followed by detailed design. So there's more work to be done to assess these improvements, including the bridge over the 401. And some of that will be further conversations with MTO to see how we can move these forward.
Yeah, because you'd have to get MTO approval to build the bridge over 20 lanes of the 401, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And what about, so you're not adverse to looking at the enhancement of pedestrian cycling, public transit use on Dufferin, with the possibility of extending Dufferin north of Wilson? And how many increased pedestrian movements, the impact on the modal split with more HOV? Because right now, you know, the bus basically dead ends at the Dufferin bus. The terminus, it doesn't go north on Dufferin past Wilson, right?
I'm sorry, again, please?
The Dufferin bus.
Yeah, past Wilson, sorry. Yeah. So I think what we're going to see over time is with the update Downsview work, we are going to see a new road grid pattern through Downsview. North-south, we're looking at 2 to 3 north-south sort of major routes through Downsview, as well as 2 or 3 east-west roads. So Dufferin will definitely continue north. Where it connects exactly, we don't know at this time. We'll know likely in about a year and a half. But that will provide new opportunities that don't exist now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that, Edward. Thank you. My time is up.
Thank you. Any additional questions of staff? Okay, seeing none. Oh, Councillor Pasternak, questions? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to staff, you mentioned just in your sort of final comment, the update Downsview. Will the line or is Oxford fast tracking their application? Will they sit tight until we have sort of a regional transportation plan? Because you know, when Eglinton Lawrence sneezes, York Centre catches pneumonia.
Yeah, I think both projects, both Downsview and Yorkdale, are multi-year projects. We're talking about 20 to 30 year delivery of development. And so over that time, the city staff would look at an implementation plan to support that new density. And so we have a long period of time to advance these improvements. And when each one is advanced will be dependent on what's happening on each of those development sites.
So, so Yorkdale has never been a cycling friendly place. They've actually removed some of the cycling infrastructure. I mean, are they on side with where you're going on this, or is it two passing ships in the night? Because their track record for cycling is not all that great.
Oxford, in working with them over these last few years, it's been a great process in terms of they're very progressive in how they want to advance active mobility solutions through their site. Obviously, they have some concerns with Yorkdale Road widening to support a bike lane infrastructure plus sidewalk that don't exist now. And when you look to the future, right now you see a parking lot and nothing else. So it doesn't make any sense today. But when you look at that site, when it's fully built out, and now we have building facing onto the south side of Yorkdale Road, you're going to have a wholly new condition, which is going to be much more animated. More people are going to be walking through the area and cycling through the area. So city staff believe that the Yorkdale Road cycling connection is important, along with all the other connections that Oxford is suggesting in their plan.
Final question. Some have called concern that earlier iterations of the transportation plan saw roads going into various neighborhoods, I guess, to the west of Yorkdale. I don't see that in what's before us now, where there's entry into those local neighborhoods. Can you just sort of expand on that concern?
Yes, I can. So we did look at 2 road connections over the Barry Go line, connecting the sort of the Yorkdale area over the Barry Go line, and ultimately connecting to Keel Street. And so the 2 roads that we looked at were Floral Parkway and Rustic Road. And for a number of reasons, including traffic infiltration issues through an established neighborhood, they were taken off the table. However, we did look at future pedestrian and cycling connections, and we landed on a pedestrian cycle bridge over the GO rail line that would connect to Rustic Road using Cartwright Avenue, and Cartwright Avenue connects directly to Dufferin and Yorkdale Mall. So that bridge basically brings people to and from 2 communities over the Barry Go line. And then when you look at the larger infrastructure suggested in the TMP, it provides a pedestrian cycling connection that will get you from Keel all the way to Bathurst, especially if you use Yorkdale Road as your connection for the area. Plus we have Caledonia Extension that would connect north, parallel to the GO line, up to Wilson. And so these are all, it's a connected plan that will get people moving, especially from an active mobility perspective through the area.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
I have a question, Jennifer.
Sorry, that was Deputy Mayor has questions. Go ahead.
How much was this bridge, the bike lane bridge, the bike bridge?
Which one? The one that Oxford's concerned about, or the one over the GO Barry line?
The Oxford one.
Approximately $25.
Wow. So is this so if we decide to do this, is this a plus? Is this, or do we have to take it from somewhere else? Oxford, if we ask Oxford to do this, is this something in addition to what they're already providing, or is this a choice between, let's say, a community center and the bike lane bridge?
I really can't speak to a choice between different facilities, but
where's the money coming from? How are you going to finance it?
So in terms of financing, we still have a level of analysis that's required before we make a final decision on this bridge. So we still have study to do.
Sure, you don't know where you're going to get the money from?
Sorry, so Deputy Mayor, if I may, it's Ashley. So through the speaker, so we currently in the Transportation Services capital budget don't have any provision for delivery of this transportation master plan. It is just that it's an early master planning study. So each of the major projects within it would be subject to further study and appraisal, and at that point in time, we would develop funding strategies to bring those forward. Some may be funded through development, and some would likely be funded through our capital program, and we bring forward those particular asks at the appropriate time.
So there's no funding for it right now, but I mean, going through your kind of what you just said, just to parse it out, some of it could come from the developer. So that means that it would be fair to say, especially with the new community benefits arrangement, they wouldn't necessarily give that. It would be, for example, you're going to, as an example, they were going to, provide some land for a park, but now that they have to pay for this bridge, they're not going to provide that. Is that a an unreasonable analysis?
So as a generic comment, I think that's probably fair. What I would say is that I'm not aware of any detailed discussions in relation to this TMP around what aspects may be paid for by development and which aspects may be paid for by the city or through other means. So I think at this stage, as I've said, it's still an early stage study. We've still got lots and lots of work to do on each of the components within the transportation master plan before we would bring them forward.
Have you done any modeling in terms of I mean, Ashley, you've heard this before. I looked in my ward and did a public opinion survey, and it said two people out of 100 in my ward use cycling as their primary mode of transportation. Have you done any analysis in terms of an investment? Is it like how many people in that part of the city would use that bridge?
So I mean, as Ed has said, it's an early stage. There's a lot of development that's going on in the area. The transportation master plan is all predicated on, let's give people options around how they can move around. Let's make all of those options safe and viable. And we'll be doing the sort of detailed analysis that you're talking about as we start to go into the further stages of the study. Sure. So I mean, yeah. we've looked at a network level at this stage, but as we move forward, then we'd start to look in more detail at that, and then we'd start to evaluate things like value for money.
And I don't know if this is to you, Ashley, but Yorkdale is a regional shopping center, so it caters to people. Like its catchment, it's not like a little plaza, where you go into the variety store to get a soda. This is a big mall that attracts people from, one would argue, all over the city. And that's its prime sort of it's one of the best shopping centers in the city. And for people to get there, they've got a lot of choices they can drive, but also it's fantastically connected. It's got a subway station there. So if people locally want to get there, if they don't want to drive, there's transit too. Is that fair to say?
So yeah, through the chair, absolutely. Yes, of course, there's good transit connections there, which is obviously a major positive. What we also want to do, though, is ensure that the more local people have an opportunity to also get there through the more active transportation modes. There's lots of development proposed in the area. There's existing residential, obviously, but even on the Oxford site itself, there's residential proposed, and then significant residential on the Downsview site to the north. So it's all about making this area far more connected by all modes for people. I just want
one real quick question, Ashley. If let's say 5 people out of 100 use their bus, and we have to spend like that, so that's 5%, and that's a big jump. Do you think $25 million is a good spend for such a small proportion of the population who might use this bridge?
Last question.
Well, through the chair, I wouldn't want to speculate about what the usage would be, because we'll determine that a bit, and then, as I said, we'll look at the value for money aspect and whether the cost, whether the benefits justify the cost.
Okay, thank you. Are there any additional questions of staff? Councillor Layton?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I think this is to you, Ashley. Preferred Solution 1A, Caledonian Road Extension under 401, which is done by Open Cut Mining. Is that funded in the capital budget?
Through the chair, none of this is currently identified in
No,
our
because
capital budget update.
it's only come to our attention now that this is something that might be needed for the transportation network. How about preferred solution 8, the modified on-ramp in northbound Allan Road to the tune of 8 to 12 million? Is that funded?
Through the chair, no, it's not.
13F, maintain Macadam Loop, and that's another $1 million. Is that funded?
Through the chair, no, it's not.
Contraflow southbound left
Okay,
turn lane on Yorkdale
point of
Avenue
order.
for 7.4
Point of
million.
order,
Is that
Madam
funded?
Chair. None of it is funded, Councillor Lee.
I thank you, Councillor Pasternak. That's what I'm trying to establish, because the previous questions were specific to solution 23 that is also not funded because none of it is funded. Correct? We don't have a source for any of this.
No, that is correct. It's aspirational.
I'm
Councillor.
sorry. Councillor
think we
Pasternak,
have to
thank you.
let
That is the
staff
correct
answer the
but I was
question.
looking for it from
Right.
Ashley.
Through the chair, that's correct. And if I may, Councillor Layton, thank you very much for bringing up the cost component, because there was some reference earlier on to the cost of the TMP being between $356 and $458 million, and that is indeed what is stated in the financial impact section of the report. There is an error. The Caledonian Road components, they're options. So one would be a mined option and one would be an open cut option, but the total at the bottom seems to include adding those two together. So we will need to submit a correction in advance of this report forward to council. The actual overall cost is 182 million to about 283 million as a total.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I think the correction may let a sticker shock for some of the total items. I would observe while we're looking at that, though, that the hypothetical that the previous speaker asked about, if only 5% currently use the network, then 25 million of 450 million would be roughly 5% of the overall budget. I find that to be a rather interesting comparison. Can I ask Edward, we heard from the speaker that there is another east-west option for cycling access. I'm sure you've considered this because you live and breathe this. What would your response be? Why are you still recommendation, let me find it here, 34 for the east-west segment?
Through the chair, why we're still recommending it. So 34, I believe, is the Yorkdale Road cycling connection and improved pedestrian. So right now there's nothing there. We're recommending it because when you look at the map, it connects from Bridgeland, which is on the other side of Dufferin, and it connects the new Caledonian extension to the north. And so that routing, Bridgeland connects to Yorkdale through Dufferin, and it also connects all the way around to under Allan, and then through the neighboring, Baycrest Park, and then over to Bathurst. So it forms the longer regional or area connection that those internal to the site don't do necessarily. I mean, they can do it, but again, it's all about reducing auto dependency and reducing traffic through the area.
And the reason that was given by the speaker to the item was that it would take away from their developable space, correct?
That is correct.
Really, we'd be trading off additional development lands for a regional connection within our cycling grid. Is that about the correct assessment?
Yes.
Can we talk about the pedestrian and cycling bridge? I think you've rationalized why it's in there. It's because we're trying to build out options for people prior to, or so that they're not automobile reliant. But could you explain the northern connection for me here about why here and why spend this money here?
The northern connection basically aligns with future development through that area, and so that alignment is placed such that as you start moving it further east, we're trying to move it as far away from Dufferin as possible, but you can't move it too much further east because you start getting into ramp sections that make the bridge that much longer. And so this is why I would say we chose this location to connect to the north community.
And just
You're
so
out of
we're
time,
clear,
so make it super fast.
okay. No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any additional questions, staff? Speakers on this item, Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm going to speak briefly on this. I'm going to look to what the local councillor wants to do on this. Yorkdale's a little bit outside my area, and so I'll leave it to them to know what's best. My general observation is $25 million to put a bridge over the 401 for a few cyclists doesn't make sense to me. It's nonsensical when I have no doubt in my mind that governing and especially spending money is about choices, and taking that $25 million, it could be used somewhere else. There are a lot smarter, wiser, more common sense things to do that can help more people in the community than putting, a white elephant bridge that's just going to be used. And we could call it that, the white elephant, the elephant elephant on a bicycle bridge, because only a few people are going to be using that bridge. It just doesn't seem to make sense to me. But I will look to the local councillors to take their lead, Madam Chair. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Additional speakers in this item, Councillor Cole, 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Councillor or Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong. Now this is talking about planning something that is so complex on the back of a napkin. That's what we're doing here in this short meeting here. But there have been countless meetings, public meetings on this. And before the pandemic, we had packed houses. And those of you who are in that area know that this is one of Toronto's major gridlock points. And it's not only because of Yorkdale, it's because we also have to the north there in Councillor Pasternak's area, we have Home Depot, we have Costco. In fact, I haven't seen too many people go to Costco on a bicycle lately. But anyways, we also have people trying to get to the 401. So that's the reality of what this plan is juxtaposed with. And it also has to be taken into a more holistic context that across the street, and I have a motion, by the way. Yeah, I forgot. We've been working on this motion that incorporates some of the challenges we have. And maybe this is a way of trying to come to some long-term better solutions and more realistic solutions and ones that do work and trying to achieve the same end. So that's what this motion tries to do. We just want to try and look at maybe getting Oxford to work together with the city on an east-west cycling route that is mutually agreed upon. And also we want to look at the priorities that the public in the area has asked for. And this plan is for 20 years down the road. So what the public is saying right now, you cannot maneuver the Dufferin-Yorkdale area. It's just beyond belief what's going on there, because on top of what is proposed here, we just had, I don't know if Councillor Pasternak's favorite hotel was demolished, the Holiday Inn there, and there's 3 towers going up there, 30 stories. And then down the street, we have about 10 developments going down Dufferin, all the car dealerships, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong's favorite car dealership, Dean Myers is gone. It's going to be a condo. So we've got not only the 10,000 people that are going to be coming into Yorkdale, we've also got thousands of others coming into the Dufferin corridor. And not to mention how many thousands Councillor Pasternak's inviting north of Wilson. So that's why we have to take what's happening in Yorkdale into this greater context. And that's why we've got to get this right. I think, as the transportation staff said, this is a long-range, complex series of studies and assessments. They've got this big blueprint. But what I'd like to do with this motion is basically say, before you look at building this bridge, for instance, and the bridge is not all bad, but to build a bridge, let's look at something where you can get a bigger bang for your buck by getting more east-west pedestrian bus usage and cycling usage by essentially getting more people to go north and south on extending Dufferin north to hook into the Allan Road so people can get north and south. And I'm sure the cost will be much less than the 25 million for the bridge. But at least we've got to look at that. And the public in the area is saying, let's look at that first before we start talking about the bridge, for instance. They're not opposed to enhancing pedestrian public access, but you know, it's going to take a huge cultural change. But there is hope. In the basement of Yorkdale, for instance, there is a Tesla dealership that basically has a storefront. They don't have a massive parking lot of Tesla cars. You go in there, you sit in the office, and you order your Tesla from the little shop. In fact, there's 2 electric car and I think a third coming, storefront in Yorkdale. So that's the future. So that's why we've got to look beyond what we see there today. And that's why I'm asking for these motions to basically get Oxford to continue to work with the city and also continue to work with the community, because the community right now is really mesmerized by all the development and the ongoing traffic gridlock that happens you know, all year round. And, you know, keeping in mind that Yorkdale is the #1 employer in Eglinton Lawrence. Over 4,500 people work there. So we want to keep Yorkdale there, and we want to build it into a community in the future, and community centers, et cetera. So we're going to be working on that, but the transportation infrastructure is a key component of that working. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, mover? Okay, additional speakers on this item. Councilor Pasternak?
Yeah, when I'm done, if you could post that motion on the screen again. I would simply say that what is going on in this pocket in the city is really transformational, and if we do it right, it's transformational for the good. But if you look at what's going on at Yorkdale and looking at what's going on in the 520 vacant acres that are coming up once Bombardier leaves, you are looking at a very dramatic change in the area, potentially closing in on 100,000 new residents in the area. And if it's done right, it shows respect for the local established neighborhoods, and it provides a lot of the recreational and park assets that were missing for many years. If these developments were downtown, then they would be clearly getting a mega community center, no questions asked. So we have to work. That's sort of a bottom line for me, that the community centers have to be located on both these sites built by the property owners. Commuter parking is something that's vital for the area, and that certainly has to be preserved as part of any plan going forward. What we're finding more and more at the city is infrastructure proposals that are aspirational and not funded. And I'm looking at the price tag here, wondering how on earth this could be paid for. But staff mentioned in passing that some of these numbers are going to be revised, so we certainly look for that. At the end of the day, we want everybody to be safe. We want motorists to be safe, pedestrians safe, and cyclists safe. And we want as many transportation options as possible. I mean, one of the things about Yorkdale, it's right on the subway line, so that option is there. There's the Yorkdale subway, and then, of course, to the north of this development plan is the Wilson subway station as well. Of course, there's the 401, and many of the visitors to this mall are from the GTA and regional in nature. People come and spend the entire day there. They shop, they have a meal, they watch a movie. They used to be able to stay at the Holiday Inn, which is gone now, which is actually unfortunate. And I don't know if I ever described that as my favorite hotel, but it was an important amenity to the mall, and it's unfortunate that it's gone. So at the end of the day, there's a lot of work ahead. I'm going to take a closer look at Councillor Cole's motion going forward. And I think there's just a lot of work, but it has to align with Update Downsview. And I think staff know that, and I have assurances that it will. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional speakers to this item? Councillor Layton?
Thank you very much, and I'll try to be very brief. I know we have still lots on the agenda. I'm real sorry that I can't support Councillor Cole's motion on this. In the same breath, we're saying it's too expensive to build a cycling and pedestrian bridge, and I would highlight that pedestrian point because they're going to have a long walk around the 401 if we don't proceed with something like this from all the development that's coming in. In the same breath, we say 25 million is too expensive for cyclists. And then on number 4, we're saying, but explore a tunnel so people can access the highway better. That will no doubt cost hundreds of millions of dollars. There is no doubt in my mind that item will cost hundreds of millions. I'm all for continuing a dialogue with Oxford on a preferred solution, but we have our advice from staff what some of those options are. It's been rationalized that it's about building out a network there, and I simply can't fall for this notion that it's too expensive to spend $25 million on a cycling and pedestrian bridge, but it's okay to add another several $100 million worth of car infrastructure so people can access the highway better. I can't support that. I'm sorry, Councillor Cole, because I really would like to support the local councillor in this area. We are not going to achieve our climate change goals if what we focus on is solely on building better roads so people can access highways better. No one worth their weight in salt will tell you that that's how you solve the climate crisis. I would say that I think the plan is a good plan. And I think Councillor Pasternak raised some really good points. See, we had a similar plan like this prior to the development of Liberty Village. Unfortunately, what happened was the development came first and the community facilities came way later. The roads came later. We're still building one on the south side of Liberty Village. The pedestrian and cycling connections came later. The community facilities like daycares were non-existent, and we had to beg developers to put them in. At one point, I was approving additional density on top of buildings already proposed just so we could get those facilities built, which are now built, which is exciting and positive to move forward. But we're still relying too much on the developers to pay for things, and they don't pay for things till after their development's built. Whereas we should be doing plans like this and building out this important critical infrastructure first. I think that the plan has a great goals, and we shouldn't be afraid to invest in a city when we want it to be great for people to get around. They don't have to rely on cars, as well as to meet our climate objectives as a city. So unfortunately, I won't be supporting Councillor Cole's amendment.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Layton. So I just spoke with Councillor Cole, and given the length of the motion, and there are some technical wordings that we want to approve upon, and he's open to that discussion. So if the committee is open to it, we'll stand down the item and then come back to it with a few technical revisions.
Well, I had a question of Councillor Layton, just a clarification.
Okay, Councillor Cole has a point of clarification.
Well, thank you. Just for Councillor Layton. Councillor Layton, are you aware that the staff is the ones recommending in their report looking at maybe extending Caledonia north of the 401?
Sorry, I am. That is recommendation. I'm sorry. I only got to see the motion briefly. It is recommendation 1A. I apologize.
Yeah.
But,
okay.
oh, sorry, not 1A. Not 1A. It's recommendation. It's the $300 million recommendation, right? Yeah.
But anyways, that's what staff wants to look at. Anyways.
Okay, great. So we'll hold that item so that we can do some revisions on that. And then that will bring us to the next item, which is...
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Yep.
Can I think I had an item that I introduced. I think there might have been some time to look at it. If people have had enough time to look at it, can I move the recommendation?
Sure. I was going to do 4 quick releases after the next item, but we can do it now if you like. So the first one is Councillor Layton, your bird motion is ready. If you want to introduce that. So this is IE 31.21, next steps to make Toronto safer for birds.
Yes, thank you very much. There's an amendment about who is to examine the possibility of this. It's moving it over to corporate real estate and consultation with planning. And that we're working to ensure that our own properties are compliant with the bird collision deterrence requirements of the Toronto Green Standard version 4. Thank you.
Okay, great. All those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? All those in favor of the item as amended? All those opposed? That item carries. Okay, the next one we can do is IE 31.24, monitoring traffic congestion. Deputy Mayor is moving the item. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. IE 31.25, delivering a fully funded signalized pedestrian crossing and sidewalk at De Beers Drive and Allan Road intersection. Sorry, Councillor Pasternak is moving this one. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries, although I will say the caveat that you're asking for a report next month. So hopefully at the next meeting, and hopefully there'll be some information there. And if not, maybe a short update with a longer update at the meeting following. Okay, the next item is IE 31.26, investigating the feasibility of emergency grass cutting teams. Councillor Peruzza is moving this item. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Okay, so back to the IE 31.11 2022 Mid-Humber Gap Municipal Class Assessment. We have a speaker on this item. The speaker is Rob English with the Weston Golf and Country Club. Do we have Rob online?
Yes.
Hi, Rob. You have
Madam Speaker.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Your Council. I'm here representing Weston Golf and Country Club, which is a not-for-profit organization operating a historically significant golf club, Weston Golf and Country Club, which I'll call Weston. Weston and its members are very much in support of the terrific amount provided by the Humber River Trail, and we're very much in support of closing the Humber River Gap. We've got a long history of working cooperatively with governmental agencies in infrastructure projects and wish to work cooperatively on this project. However, we are deeply concerned about the alternative that is being proposed to this committee for approval, which is the path 1A in the report that was given to the committee. Concern is that the alternative suggested is more disruptive to property owners than other alternatives, and thus carries significant incremental costs over and above the cost of construction. It is also concerned that it provides a greater safety risk, particularly in a time of climate change, and I'll come to that. There's also a concern that there has not been serious or adequate consultation and consideration of other pathway locations and discussion with the property owners about the advantages of that. In particular, I'll move on to, I can't cover everything in the short time allotted, but if you'd look at the proposed pathway 1A, you will see that it crosses, there's a bridge required to cross from the east to the west side of the Humber River. That bridge enters across a very narrow strip of land to a retaining pond. That retaining pond is artificially made. It is protected by a membrane that is all that keeps it from dissipating into the river. That is the sole source or the principal source of irrigation for the entire golf course. We are dependent on that for continued operations. There is no realistic possibility of constructing the bridge and the pathway along there without relocating, at least temporarily, the pond, probably permanently. You will see on the opposite side of the river, on the east side, there is absolutely no business activity that would be interrupted. There's no use of that land that would be interrupted. So that there is no economic impact. As the trail continues up on the west side of the river in the plan shown, you'll see from the city that staff that it has been proposed that the pathway be covered, which it should be and has to be because there's risk to users for errant golf balls. There's also risk to people found in this isolated area for trespass to the golf course. So if you cover that facility and then you take it up past a green, which will have to be relocated, the cost of that, past a tee box, relocated, there's cost of that. There's golf course closure with economic impact of that, with no such economic impact on the east side of the river. We come to the safety issue. Because you do have to enclose the pathway there, you're building a major piece of infrastructure within a floodplain. That does happen. However, this is an area that has been known for extreme flooding conditions and is likely to continue, especially with climate change upon us. Because you're building it in an enclosed area, you're inviting the public into an enclosure from which there is no escape in a floodplain. That's an inherently dangerous situation in our opinion. And it's not one that can be excused by signage because there's no means of egress from the enclosed location. A pathway on the east side of the river doesn't need to be enclosed. There's no risk of errant golf shots. Has a better view because you see the river and there's also no need for privacy screening from the golf course as there would be. But has never been considered. The city options showed option 2A is going back up out of the ravine and coming in after the trestle. We've been told that the soil on the east side is unstable and therefore very little discussion, no indication there was any testing of the soil, just told it was unstable for construction. But we do know that that soil can be engineered to construct the Metrolinx rail bridge, which was put in about 10 years ago. It can carry high-speed rail, so we believe it can carry a footpath with a bicycle path. So it can be engineered to do that. We want to work cooperatively with the city to get the best trail, the complete Humber River Trail for all of the population. And that will mean, in our view, a cheaper location on the east side. You eliminate 2 bridges, you eliminate the economic impact on the golf course. A safer situation because we don't have to enclose people in that area within the floodplain. And a more aesthetically pleasing result. We've had meetings with the city. The meetings have consisted of being told that their proposal was for the construction of the pathway along the west side. We have never had meetings with meaningful discussion about what that means to the infrastructure of the golf course, the cost of relocating items within the golf course, cost of relocating infrastructure, cost of lost golf course operations, et cetera. These are heavy financial burdens for the not-for-profit organization and will result in significant additional costs if the city were to proceed with this over and above the cost of the construction of the
Final thoughts,
pathway.
sorry, your past time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your deputation. Jackie Jelinek, are you online? You're our next speaker.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. All right. Good morning. So Jacqueline Jelinek, or Jackie, I'm the owner of number 10 Humberview Crescent, and I have been the owner here for, I guess, about 10 years or so, and we purchased it from the original person that built it in the 30s. We have a rather unique setting here. It's a small crescent, and our backyard will be directly in front of the golf hole that they are proposing this bridge connection and the, I guess, covered built area that will land on the golf course. We also have a rather unique, sorry about this, I'll try to see if she can be quiet. We also have a unique scenario where the owners on the Crescent have a land below, which that will also be cut into with this eventual join of the path. So we're also in the same sort of feeling as to what Rob was expressing earlier, if I may call you Rob, Mr. English. And what we'd like to say is that during these meetings, especially the last one that was on the 17th of May, there was some feelings that we had, and quite a few of us that weren't able to really express what we were wanting to say. So we've gone out and started to create a petition of people that feel that they are not agreeing with this bike path the way that it is being proposed. And we would like to, you know, as taxpayers, be able to be heard. Our voices, we feel, are not being heard right now. These types of meetings that have been going on have not grouped us together with, as well, the golf course, although we have asked to do this. And it is an area which, even just recently, the storm that we had in May, I suppose, there was a lot of flooding, but it is a documented thing that Mr. English is talking about in 2013. It is on YouTube. The golf course flood that happened in 2013 swept away a lot of both sides of the riverbed. And that's one thing that is of great concern, but there is also, you know, other things that is obviously concerning us. And unfortunately, you know, if we must, I guess we'll have to take this up with some legal representation as well, because we're quite, you know, concerned about what this will have as an effect on the environment, as well as the nature. As soon as something like this will be built, we don't even know what the disruption will be long-term to all the wildlife, the fauna, and everything that is a natural beauty that these people that, you know, want to come and bike, we appreciate that, you know, they want to have a bike path, but I think that there are some other things that we need to collectively discuss as a whole entire unit of people and our concerns. So I think that that would be, you know, basically what we're saying is that we need to have some sort of a meeting that would be fair to represent and all of us, and we could voice our opinions and talk about what we feel is, you know, affecting this and us. Thanks.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, are there questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, speakers on this item? Okay, seeing none, would somebody like to move staff recommendations? Okay, I'll move staff recommendations. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Our next item is IE 31.12 Cycling Network Plan 2022 Cycling Infrastructure Installation Second Quarter Project Updates. There are several speakers on this item. The first one is Hafiz Alavi. Do we have Hafiz on the line?
Yes, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, great. I'll keep this short. Just I just want to thank thank for the recommendations, especially in Overley, because what is being proposed on Overley Boulevard has been something that the community has been waiting for a long time, and it's gonna really improve for everyone, driver, cyclists, and pedestrians. Especially as a former local student, we've been asking for a long time for these improvements, and what is being proposed is honestly the highest quality standards for cycling and pedestrian safety as well. So I don't doubt that that is going to pass, but I do want to talk about Martin Grove because although I don't live in the area, I do feel that a lot of times residents can be upset when it comes to sort of bike infrastructure. But so that's why I do see that staff isn't sort of at the moment going ahead with those traffic calming improvements. But I think that staff and the council really should support traffic calming improvements because in my opinion, that is the only true way that we will see an increase in cyclists on the corridor. If cyclists don't feel safe on the corridor, then obviously those sort of improvements won't be realized. So things like contraflows and traffic diverters, although those are politically scary for some councillors, I understand. It is the only true way that cyclists that drivers won't use as cut through route, and also that neighbors can feel that their road isn't being used as like a highway. We really do need to make our roads safer, and the only true way to do that is to really take into consideration all road users. And I do hope that the local residents, councillors, and staff do go ahead with traffic calming improvements because that is the only true way to make the Martin Grove corridor a safe cycling corridor. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Nadia Zurari with the Cycle Don Valley Midtown.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Councillor McVilly, Chair and member of the Infrastructure Environment Committee. As you said, my name is Nadia Ziwari and I'm a resident of Thorncliffe Park, and I am speaking today as a co-chair of Cycle Don Valley Midtown. Cycle Don Valley Midtown is the ward advocacy group for Cycle Toronto Ward 15 and 16, and my comments today pertain to two long-waiting addition to Toronto cycling network that are keen interest to our members, renewing Overlea Boulevard and Eglinton today. The rehabilitation of Overlea Boulevard provide a one in a generation opportunity to bring Vision Zero principle and best practices for safety and road design to this busy and dangerous stretch of roadway. We commend city staff for making the most of this opportunity with the proposal to widen the bridge deck and allowing for the addition of protected cycle track and widening sidewalk while maintaining the road's motor vehicle capacity. The bike lane in Thorncliffe Park and Flemington Park have been of limited utility as they only allow residents to ride within their neighborhoods and not to other destinations. Renewing Overlea Boulevard will the first step in bringing greater utility to the local bike lanes by providing a protected track connecting the two neighborhoods via Overlea Boulevard, and employ best practice and safe intersection design at Don Mills Road and a proposed protected intersection at Thorncliffe Park Drive East. The continuation of the multi-use path of Gateway Boulevard on the northbound side of Don Mills Road will provide a safe alternative for people seeking to access the trail network in Don Valley and numerous connected parks of the Don Valley system. However, for a true connected and protected cycling network, these improvements cannot stop at Thorncliffe Park Drive East and should continue to Millwood Road for connection to the wider cycling network and the Line 2 subway. And they should continue on Don Mills Road north to Eglinton Avenue to connect people to Line 5 and the complete street coming to Eglinton. In addition, the Thorncliffe Park bike lanes were upgraded to current best practice in 2021. and the bike lanes throughout Flemington Park are in need of similar refresh. We request that the above are incorporated in the term cycling network plan as soon as practical. Regarding the Eglinton, today we support the quick bulk approach recommended for a completed set. We are concerned, however, about the gap created by phasing the project, where the complete street will terminate at the Mount Pleasant Road and not by restarted until Brinklet Road. This is a barrier for our residents to connect for the citywide bikeway. We request that when staff report of council in early 2023, they include a timeline for designing, consultation, and implementation to complete the gap in 2024, and recommend measures to ensure safe passage of people traveling across the gap. In addition, there are no details in the status update about the implementation of the complete street on Eglinton East from Brent Cliff Road to Kennedy Road. Our understanding is that the city staff intended to add protection to the bikeway where visible. We request that the staff report to the City Council in early 2023 on Eglinton today, including the plan for upgrading the safety of the bikeway in this section of the Eglinton Connect. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. The project identified in the Cycle Network Plan 2022 second quarter project update will further advance the cycling network in Toronto, bringing more protection and connect bikeway to a greater proportion of the population. And we are grateful for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputants? Seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next deputant is Nouran Faisal with the Women's Cycling Network. And I will just say, if you can hear the Caribbean Carnival noise in the square here, we can hear it in Chambers. So if you can hear it online, then hopefully you can enjoy it too. Our next speaker, Nouran, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. My name is, as you all know, Nouran Faisal, resident of Thorncliffe Park, and I'm a mother of 3 school-going children. Today I'm speaking on behalf of Women's Cycling Network about the renewing overlay proposal. The Women's Cycling Network is an inclusive group of more than 100 women who cycle for transportation, health, and the environment. We promote cycling as wheels of empowerment by assisting women in taking up cycling and working with them to make riding a bike safer in their communities. Many of our members are residents of Thorncliffe Park and Flemington Park. We strongly support the staff recommendations for the Renewing Overlay project. We like the wider sidewalks, protected intersections, separated cycle tracks, higher barriers on the bridge, and the conservation of all motor vehicle lanes. However, more can be done to enhance the value of this project by a community, for instance, taking measures to prevent overspeeding. While we do appreciate the greater protections offered to people walking and biking through this project, speeding on Overley Boulevard will remain the problem that it is today, unless steps are taken to reduce vehicle speeds through road design and automatic speed enforcement. On May 22nd, 2022, a car flipped over and landed up on the sidewalk, demonstrating that risks to pedestrians and cyclists will remain. We support the local community schools' call for lower speed limits in this area. Overley Boulevard is a vital connection between the 2 neighborhoods, and the proposed project will make it possible for people to comfortably cycle between the 2 communities. But this investment can be more useful by adding a safe and protected cycling connections on Don Mills Road to connect with the Eglinton bike lanes, and on the Overley Boulevard to Millwood Road to connect with the bike lanes on the Lee Side Bridge. These will help residents to access other parts of the city on their bikes. The Overley Bridge provides one of the best viewpoints for our beautiful Don Valley. We agree with other community members in their recommendation that the bridge include rest areas with benches and a lookout area for viewing the beautiful valley. And last but not the least of our concerns is that Overley Bridge, unfortunately, has been a destination for suicide, and we ask that the higher barriers be specifically designed to prevent the ability to jump off the bridge. We also want to recognize the significant efforts of the city staff and the local councillors to engage with community members on the Renewing Overlay project, and we are eager to continue participating in future discussions as this project proceeds. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputants? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Our next speaker is Adam El Masri. Do we have Adam on the line?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Adam Al-Masri. Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm here to say that I'm strongly in support of the recommendations, specifically as they pertain to Gerrard Street. I'm a resident in the neighborhood just north of that street in Parliament and Carlton. And mainly, I wanted to say that the safety on that street is absolutely important. Currently, the cycling infrastructure there is practically non-existent. It's a white lane, or white painted lane with a lot of potholes. And I've encountered many situations where I've felt deeply unsafe as a result. I can speak to one instance biking west on Gerrard Street from Parliament, which I no longer do. On a rainy day, a vehicle was parked in the bike lane, and I signaled to enter the road lane legally and with right of way and time. And that seemed to have upset one of the drivers, who proceeded to drive alongside of me at 25 kilometers an hour. And I felt something was off. At some point, he pulled ahead, and then he started to drive in and out of the bike lane. It's very aggressive, purposeful behavior. When I pulled up to him at the red light, I knocked on his window and I asked him why he did that. And he said it was for my own safety. He was trying to teach me a lesson about cyclists staying in the bike lane. If you head east on Gerrard, the things you have to contend with is determining whether or not you should bike in the middle of the road between two streetcar tracks, or between the streetcar tracks and parked cars, running the risk that at any point you could get doored by a driver who's maybe not just paying attention at that moment. So I wanted to say I'm deeply, deeply in support of these infrastructure changes on Gerrard. They're absolutely necessary. They create vital connection points to other cycling routes within the city. It's very obvious that city planners have thought carefully about the mitigation or the effects on parking, the effects on businesses, and it's clear that the value far out is the construction there. And if I could end with, anytime I've got cycling friends who do visit me in the neighborhood, I will often grab one of the commune autos, the car share program in the city, to drive them home, because I would prefer that they arrive alive and safe than take the risk of biking from my neighborhood across the city on any streets that don't have cycling infrastructure, and run the risk of not being able to see my friend in the coming days. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions to the deputant? Okay, seeing none, our next deputant is Sonam Vashith. Do we have Sonam online?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you for having me, Councillor. My name is Sonam. I'm a staff member of Cycle Toronto. I'm speaking on the cycling network plan as a whole, and the projects that are presented in the recommendations. I wanted to express first of all my support for staff recommendations to further improve and expand Toronto's cycling network, making cycling a more viable option for folks in neighborhoods that have been historically underinvested in regarding complete street and vision zero principles. They have carried out extensive public consultations on projects such as Overlay Boulevard, and really taking the needs of community members into consideration. And I really just want to thank them for that. Projects on Overlay Boulevard, viewing Overlay Boulevard specifically, it's a good example of what's proposed is a good example of the community needs being taken into consideration, along with the needs of all road users. I think additionally, as a next step, as my previous deputants pointed out, we would like to also see infrastructure expanded to connect bike lanes to Thorncliffe Park Drive, and extension of infrastructure on Don Mills to connect to the Eglinton LRT project that's ongoing. I think vital connections to public transit and transit hubs is an important factor for getting people on their bikes. The reason we don't see people cycling enough in those neighborhoods is because there are no connections to places that people would normally want to bike to. Also, we would love to see protected bike lanes and pedestrian safety measures from Overley Boulevard to Millwood Road to create a safer environment on biking on Leaside Bridge. I personally biked on Leaside and I've never felt safe, but I've had to do so. And I think the community would definitely benefit from biking on, from having infrastructure on those, on that bridge to further expand the line 2, as my previous deputant also pointed out. On Martin Grove Road, it's definitely a positive step towards installing like missing gaps on the existing cycling infrastructure. These connections are, again, a positive step towards Vision Zero infrastructure in Etobicoke, which builds a network for local residents. But while these upgrades are also very much appreciated and welcomed, there also needs to be upgrades to existing and proposed bikes on Martin Grove Road to become safer for people of all ages and abilities. I think further safety improvements along major intersections are also important, which is proposed at the intersection of Eglinton and Martin Grove. But I think connections to also other bike lanes should be taken into consideration as well. As well as on Eglinton, this item is much overdue. I think we can all agree that we're glad to see improvements and construction being continued. But we would also like to see a commitment to expediting installation as quickly as possible, followed by construction of a permanent high quality protected bike lane. We'd like to specifically call for a rapid implementation of proposed phase 1 interim quick build streetcape design so that folks have infrastructure as soon as possible to be able to bike on Eglinton. I think it's been a very unsafe road to bike on for a long time, and we would like to see quick build measures but in the interim as we move along to install complete street designs and a more permanent infrastructure on the roads. And yeah, I would just like to say that, you know, we build bike lanes, people do come, but we often see people complaining about not seeing enough people biking outside of the downtown core. And I think that's because there's no vital connections being made to infrastructure and these bike lanes often exist in isolation. And it would just be very important to see these bike lanes being connected to major transit hubs and local places that people travel to. And I look forward to just projects in the future that would definitely further those advancements. So thank you for having me, and yeah.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, we'll move to the final deputant on this item, Allison Stewart.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Hello, members of this committee. My name is Allison Stewart, and I am one of Sonam's colleagues and am representing Cycle Toronto. In order for the city to realize its ambitious climate target of achieving 75% of all trips less than 5 kilometers to be taken by walking, cycling, or transit by 2030, this is integral to the city meeting its own objectives outlined in Transform TO. The city must prioritize the implementation of infrastructure and policies that support active modes of transportation, like biking, for example. The cycling network update plan, which we're currently discussing, represents just 3.33 new centerline kilometers, as well as a few improvements to existing bike lanes. And while we proposed these new lane improvements and new lanes represent great progress, and we applaud the efforts that have been made by transportation services and our civic leaders over the past few years in advancing the cycling network plan, we are seeking to apply an equity lens to all city programs, policies, and programs, which include Vision Zero and the cycling network plan, The city needs to be more intentional and clear about the necessity and reasons why reimagining all of our streets should and must include complete streets guidelines, which include separated cycle tracks. This needs to become the starting point. There is much resistance directed at any kind of cycling infrastructure and cyclists in general. And we see this play out through debate and stakeholder and public consultations and this very committee when it comes to implementing something as basic as a bike lane or widened sidewalks. And it plays out more dangerously on our roads. People in principle all seem to love the idea of bike lanes, but always seem to find reasons why their development, neighborhood, or ward can't or doesn't need them. The city needs to be unequivocal about the fact that bike lanes are part of our future, period. Any new development or rebuilding of a road must automatically include a complete street configuration as a starting point, as does upgrading existing bike lanes. This needs to become automatic when roads are being rebuilt. For example, they just ripped up Sherburne for water main report. Sherburne was one of the first separated cycle tracks that was installed in the city and is very popular. These lanes remain plagued by cars using them to park or perform U-turns. And throughout the fixing, like the completion of the road, the lanes were remained untouched and were not upgraded. And now you see a beautiful road that's been completely repaved, but you have the old chopped up biking lane, which now we're seeing cyclists that are taking the road instead of the cycle lane because it's safer and smoother. The existing bike lane remains chopped up, poorly touched up, and even still has much of the construction debris and even the remaining long dead plastic bollards lying on the road. So just as we were able to reimagine and design our roads to accommodate private vehicles over all modes of transportation, we are now able to reimagine our roads to be safer and more sustainable. But we need to find a way to speed up the progress, which should begin by establishing a new normal that includes more healthy and affordable options for people to get around. And this includes make it easier and mandatory that complete streets becomes the starting point. It will help alleviate some of the polarizing and stressful conversations that take place to implement even the simplest projects, which are win-win situations. So thank you for your time and thank you for all your work.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Just confirming we've covered all deputants. Yes, okay, great. Questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, speakers on this item.
Sorry, my apologies, Madam Speaker. I did have a question.
Okay, Councillor Layton, question.
Madam Speaker, Chair, not Speaker. Yeah.
I know, it's
Chair.
the seed, it's confusing.
So I was just, my question is going to be about, we're at the sort of third quarter. This is the last of the updates that we'll receive will get implemented in 2022. How many kilometers of bike lane are either being installed or upgraded this year?
Hi, through the chair. Right now we're anticipating about 15 to 20 kilometers of new infrastructure, along with more than that in terms of upgrades.
So 15 to 20 in new and 15 to 20 in upgrades, or a couple more, like several more kilometers in upgrades?
Yeah, I'd have to get back to you on the exact number of upgrades, but we do have quite a few, probably just above 20.
And with our current kind of delivery capacity, what's it looking like in 2023?
Through the chair, I'd actually have to, if it would be okay, if we could get back to you on the number. We do have a number of projects that have been approved in the past 2 years that have gone to tender that are larger capital projects, such as Chestwood, and, College, which, is a major upgrade that will start this year, but may have some, carryover into 23. So we have quite a number more of civil focused projects that have been tendered and will be constructed in 23. So if I could get back to you, that would be excellent.
Okay, it's no rush, Becky. Thank you very much. I would say thanks for the pictures of the installation last night on Palmerston Avenue that began. It's really exciting.
Okay, additional questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, speakers on this item?
Chair? Hello?
Yes.
Peruzza?
Oh, hi, sorry, we can't
Peruzza?
see you on screen. Go ahead, questions of staff.
Yeah. So just in brief, so what happens now? So let's say we approve your preferred alignment. Say you have 7.5 million in your 22-31 budget. In brief, what happens next? When will this trail, in your view, be built?
Through the chair, Councillor, it's like you're asking about the Mid-Humber gap trail, which I'm happy to expand on. So we are looking to go into the detailed design process in 2023 and 24. During that stage, we'd also be working closely with real estate and legal services to negotiate with landowners regarding the property requirements and the impacts on property. And we'd be looking at a multi-year construction between 2024 and 2026.
So in your view, in 2026, this connection should be complete.
That's certainly our goal, Councillor. This is an important gap in the network, both for the Humber Trail itself as well as the overall loop trail around the city.
Is there anything that can be done to speed it up?
At this stage, we've reached a significant milestone with IEC's approval of the endorsement on the EA recommended solution. We then go through a 30-day review process following council endorsement with the ministry, and then we go into our detailed design stage. So we're really moving both as expeditiously as well as with respect to the ongoing consultation with landowners that we need to engage on.
Okay, now, just very quickly, just take me through why your option A is, why you're recommending option A. Maybe you give us the Coles Notes version.
Sure. Through the chair, Councillor, it best meets the objectives of the environmental assessment process, which is to maintain a continuous trail network route in the ravine. Both the other two options that were reviewed at the alternative design stage take trail users out of the ravine and onto the road network and have significant capital costs and constructability constraints as well as environmental impact.
And in terms of costs, how does the A compare to the others?
The option that is most fully on road has the least cost, but has more impacts on road network, and as well, it doesn't provide the best experience for trail users. When comparing the two options that are most in the ravine, it's expected that the option that we're recommending is less on the west side of the ravine than it is on the east side because of the significant constructability constraints with the slope on the east side of the ravine.
And fair enough. That's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions of staff? Councillor Cole?
Yes, and I guess this takes into account what's happening on Eglinton with the Eglinton TO, or whatever they're calling it, the Eglinton tracks, right?
Thanks, Councillor, for the question. This report provides an update on the Eglinton Today strategy to deliver on the Eglinton Connects vision. It doesn't ask for any endorsement of that step at this stage. It just provides an update on the consultation that we will be next undertaking and the options being reviewed to date.
But meanwhile, as you know, there's been a very upset community in Councillor Matlow's ward and my ward because they've had to endure 10 years of construction hell, now they're telling us you're going to add more construction hell with building bike lanes on Eglinton. So how do you explain what's going on there in that context?
Thanks. Yes, we certainly are very attentive to the concerns of the communities that have experienced the construction over the last decade along Eglinton. Part of the construction of the bikeway is being undertaken by Metrolinx as per the environmental assessment that was approved back in 2014. But what we're trying to do through this next stage is ensure that we're connecting with communities on their feedback to ensure that our next proposed linking of those bike lane segments works for the needs of the community in terms of the public realm improvements that they'd like to see, as well as making sure that it provides for the traffic flow needs, especially to some of the major arteries.
But how do you get over the concerns of the people in the Upper Village and Cedarville there who are saying, why are you continuing to basically have all this construction going on now on Eglinton when we've been anxiously awaiting for Metrolinx to leave, and then now not only is Metrolinx not leaving, but now Metrolinx is again adding bike laybys and bike lanes, etc. They just do not understand what the heck's going on up there.
Thanks, Councillor. We are certainly looking to minimize additional construction impacts. We recognize the community has undergone a long period of construction, and we are not proposing to reconstruct or have any long-term additional construction on the corridor once Metrolinx completes their work. The proposals that we're looking at would be sort of minimal intervention and short-term, as in a couple of weeks in various segments. But we are still at the very early stages of that design process, seeking further resident input about that design and about the implementation plan and timeline. So we'll be seeking that through that next stage in the project. I will emphasize, though, that the council has already decided around the configuration of Eglinton with regard to that it should have cycle tracks. That was part of the Eglinton Connects vision back in 2014 when the environmental assessment was approved. So we're just seeking to deliver on that council direction.
But that's the problem. It's 2014. People are saying, when did you decide to do this? And we tell them, well, this was decided in 2014. And now they're seeing, segregated cycle tracks being built. And they said, well, we weren't consulted about this. Why are you now narrowing the road? You're adding cycle tracks. In fact, they're building cycle tracks right now, even all the way up to Black Creek. I've seen them. And so this is the cause of much anxiety, because they say, well, yeah, 2014, can't remember that this was approved. Who approved it? Did you councillors approve it? Whatever it is. So this is causing great consternation about trying to explain that something that was approved in 2014 now is being implemented, and people are saying, we never approved of this, we weren't consulting, and now you're consulting, which is great, but they're saying, but you're constructing the cycle tracks. So this is causing, again, a great upset to a good project, basically, that had good intentions, but I'll tell you, it is causing a lot of anger in the Eglinton area, again, which has undergone 10, 11 years of basically pain, suffering, and I don't know how else to describe it.
Yes, Councillor, we recognize, thanks for your comments, and through the chair, we recognize the community has undergone quite a bit of disruption, and the decisions that were made were, that's part of a long-term construction project, is that some of what they see at the end of the construction was decided long ago. But we are updating the traffic modeling and updating our consultation process for the segments that the city is responsible to build, so that we can make sure that we are accommodating new resident concerns or concerns from people who weren't engaged at the prior part in the project. And we'll certainly bring further feedback that we've heard from the community about what the recommended designs are for the segments that the city is responsible for to council before any further work is done that the city is responsible to build.
Thank you.
Okay, additional questions of staff? Okay, seeing none, speakers to this item? Councillor Cole?
An amendment, if I could put it on the board, I think, for this item. I think I've given it. It's just in relation to what's going on in Eglinton. City Council requests the General Manager of Transportation to continue to conduct consultation on the proposed Eglinton TO Complete Street Project, which is the incorporation of new cycling, et cetera, new sidewalks, new public realm improvements, taking into account the concerns of local community members that have risen during the consultation process, and to use the consultation to inform the proposed design and implementation be planned before seeking council approval on the project. Okay, so this is the motion. I've worked with staff on this. This is, again, I'll just describe it as chaotic. I mean, if I can show some of the photos, Councillor Matnell and I were with a group of residents there last week, and these are nurses, doctors, lawyers, business persons, high-tech gurus, etc. They're beating on the hoods of cars, because the cars now, in the especially in the Cedarville area, part of my area, they're going up one-way streets all day long, not just 2 or 3. There's no police enforcement. The police have abandoned the area because they say their lives are being threatened by what's happening up there. So there's no police enforcement. Everybody's disobeying the rules because one of the exasperating things to all the work that's going on about cycling enhancement on Eglinton is that Metrolinx has still got all their garbage, debris, construction equipment on Eglinton. You can't make a left-hand turn at Eglinton and Bathurst, so they go through the residential community, up one-way streets the wrong way, run through stop signs. This goes on for 3 or 4 hours every day on streets in my ward and Councillor Matlow's ward. This is what you see in front of their homes: exhaust, noise. And then in the middle of all this, Metrolinx, going to what I just asked, they're fulfilling a city contract that was agreed upon back in 2014. And what they're doing is they're putting in cycle tracks, they're widening sidewalks and eliminating parking areas. So the community is saying, what the heck, whoever agreed to this? Where did this come from? We thought that once the Metrolinx crosstown construction was over, we would have peace again in our community. Instead, they've had more construction taking place on Eglinton with the fulfillment of the 2014 agreement. And then transportation is out there consulting with people. And people say, what do you mean you're consulting? You're constructing the cycle tracks that we never knew was going to be part of the new Eglinton. And so I have never, in all my years, and I've been around for many years and seen a lot of traffic chaos, this is maybe the worst I've ever seen. This is total chaos that's going on Eglinton right now. And it's not only happening, Councillor Matlow and I are right in the middle of it, but this goes all the way to Black Creek. And because this is 6 councillors are involved in this, I don't know what the other councillors are getting, but we are in the heart of it. We represent Yonge and Eglinton, which is another calm, very, very passive area for everybody. Just try and walk there one day, Yonge and Eglinton, and see what you can get run over by. And then we've got the Allan mess. We've got the Bathurst mess, where they still won't allow, so on top of it, we've got a good intention, complete street project, and the transportation is out there consulting with people. They're doing ads on Facebook. You should see the comments on Facebook, and it is, oh, God, it is some angry, angry comments beyond what I've ever seen on Facebook on what they're telling staff in their response. So I just hope somehow we can get some kind of peace in the valley here, because it isn't enhancing people's support of cycling. It isn't enhancing people's support of pedestrian safety. And drivers, oh, God, you have to go there with, again, those hazmat suits or whatever it is, body armor to go anywhere near the Allan Road in Eglinton. Don't go anywhere near there if you can avoid it. And then in the middle of all this, they started repaving a couple of streets in Cedarvale. And then the so-called hit the fan. So this is a real mess. And I'm trying to manage this in some way, get it back on the ground here some way, but it is not an easy thing to deal with for the people who are suffering and suffered. And this is not fair to them, and they shouldn't have to go through this continual attack on their peace and enjoyment in their little neighborhoods there. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you. Additional speakers to this item? Okay, I have just an amendment that.
I'll speak.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I just wanted to briefly speak as it relates to overlay. So I'm not going to oppose overlay because they're doing some road rehabilitation and they're fixing the bridge. So unlike most of these cycling projects, they aren't taking away any lanes of traffic, which is great because overlay is horrible for traffic, especially in the PM peak period. The delays are very, 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 very bad. I do have to sort of advise committee of some what I believe are overstatements as it relates to the support for cycling infrastructure. So, Councillor Robinson and I know, Councillor Robinson represents Thorncliffe and I represent the Flemington community. They don't support, by and large, the vast majority of people, they don't use the bike lanes that are there and they don't support the bike lanes. This is the vast majority of people. Most of them travel locally. They don't, notwithstanding the fact that there are bike lanes on the local roads, they don't use them. We actually I sent out my staff to do cycling counts on Gateway Boulevard on a sunny day in the fall, and during the AM period, one bike traveled on Gateway, one bike every 16 and a half minutes. In the peak period, it was one bike for every 5.5 minutes. This is not people using bike lanes, and I can tell you that there are 2 schools nearby that those students could have used to travel on bicycles without going on Overley Boulevard. They choose not. They're not using bikes. This arrangement, this idea, this false idea that everyone is clamoring to use bikes, is being perpetrated by the cycling lobbyists, many of whom do not live in the area. This is a politically motivated arrangement, and the truth of the matter is that the vast majority of people in Flemington, I can't speak for Thorncliffe, I don't represent the area, but I know Jay Robinson feels the same way. This is unnecessary, and this is spending taxpayers' dollars for things that, this idea that there's this groundswell of support for cycling is totally false in those communities. And Madam Chair, I needed to correct that record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Additional speakers to this item?
Madam Chair, I'm going to speak to the item. First of all, I'll thank staff for their...
And Madam Chair Perruzza, I would like a couple of words as well, okay?
Okay, thank you. So it'll be Councillor Layton, followed by Councillor Perruzza, and maybe Councillor Pasternak, do you mind chairing for a couple minutes?
Yes, sure, happy to.
Go ahead, Councillor Layton.
So we have
Councillor Layton, and then Perruzza, and then myself.
Okay. Councillor Layton?
Mr. Co-Chair, Vice Chair. I just wanted to thank staff for their work, and I know some of these discussions with the community are not easy conversations. As recently as 3 days ago, we had a conversation in my community, which I would argue is probably one of the highest percentages of mode share that goes towards cycling. That we do have difficult conversations about what our priorities are within certain neighborhoods along certain corridors. But I would say that there's a reason why our proportion of of commuter cyclists is increasing regularly. It's because we're building infrastructure. And it's not just, as the previous speaker suggested, a handful of folks with an ideology about that cycling is important. Our cities around the world are going through these shifts, around the world. It's part of our creating safe streets, our Vision Zero policy, which I think all of us have probably put in our newsletters at one point or another that we're supportive of. It's part of our Transform TO climate policy, which I hope many of you are expressing your support for because it's good for the planet and good for generations to come. It's not just a handful of folks. The City of Toronto commissioned Nanos to do a poll as recently as 2019, which says, and this is available on the city's website, none of this is hidden, but it was commissioned by the city, that we have seen a marked increase in the number of cyclists going up in the last, in the 10 years that preceded to 2009, up about 7%, and then up 15% from 2009 to 2019. That's a significant increase with the percentage of people that report in the city of Toronto and increasing their rate of cycling. Some for fitness, some for utilitarian, and some for and some for other reasons, for entertainment, I suppose. The proportion of households that own bikes are going up significantly, 10% in the period that this Nanos poll was comparing. And this is true all over the city, not just in downtown areas, which has a significantly higher number, but in North York, in East York, in Scarborough and Etobicoke. And the reason they say would make them, the actual quote is, Toronto residents are twice as likely to say they feel comfortable or somewhat comfortable with major roads with bike lanes over roads without bike lanes. And at the same time, they say they would travel more if there was safer infrastructure out there. So we're doing this with a very specific goal in mind, and that's get people out of their cars and comfortable and safer riding bikes to achieve our climate targets. And it's not just a handful of folks, as the previous speaker would suggest. This is from a poll commissioned by the city just a couple of years ago, demonstrates why we're doing it and that more people are cycling as a result of our hard work and the hard work of staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Layton. Councillor Sousa?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of words with respect to the West Humber Gap connection. This is exactly, for me, it's a symbolic connection, because we often have a tendency of building a little, bike lane here, bike lane there, bike lane there, but bike lanes that essentially go, sort of, short distances, not really anywhere to anywhere. This connection has been so long overdue. There was a plan to do it as part of the Pan Am Games, that whole, legacy, the connections, those kinds of things. And quite frankly, that didn't happen. I don't know, the Pan Am Games happened here in 2015. They were supposed to have been built out by then. We're now 2022, almost 23. They won't, we've heard from staff that maybe it's like 2026. It's like, and the clock keeps ticking on this connection. And for me, it's so important, because as a cyclist, as a commuter, the trail is so well used and, by everyone, and not just cyclists, pedestrians and, people walking their dog and sort of people enjoying the Humber Valley system as a trail, as just passive exercise and all kinds of other things. So it's a connection that's long overdue, and I'm so glad that it's moving forward. It's moving at a snail's pace, and if there's anything that we can do to speed this one up, because this is a connection from somewhere to somewhere. And it completes, almost, 100%, not quite, but 100% a system, a trail that goes from somewhere to somewhere. I'm supportive, and I'm just hoping and wishing that it can come online faster. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Prusa. I believe the chair has returned, so I will pass the gavel back.
Thank you. And I'll just note that the timer here has rebooted, so we're timing people on stopwatches right now, and we'll let you know on time.
And you are the next speaker.
I am the next speaker. I just have a motion on behalf of Councillor Carroll. That direct the General Manager of Transportation Services to report on the status and planned expansion for safe bike locking infrastructure in suburban wards when reporting at the next update of the cycling network plan to the Infrastructure and Environment Committee. Thanks to Councillor Carroll for bringing that forward to us. And certainly when I go for a bike ride in my ward, I really struggle on where to leave my bike. So if we do want to foster a culture of cycling, then we need to create those opportunities to lock up our bikes at different places throughout the ward. I also just want to thank city staff. This is the last infrastructure meeting, so it's the last cycling report of the term. And just thank Jacqueline Hayward, Barbara Gray, and all their team for their great work over the last 4 years of this term. Installing, record amounts of cycling infrastructure, and really also adapting and making additional opportunities available throughout the pandemic as well. So, thank you to them. Thank you to Councillor Carroll for bringing this motion forward as well. So, with that, we will move to votes on the amendments. So, the first one is Councillor Coles.
I believe it's been revised. Oh.
Okay, so this one's Councillor Coles. The revision is on the other item. We'll go to that one next. So this is on the cycling item. His motion about Eglinton Today Complete Streets. Eglinton, sorry, TO Day. Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? That motion carries. I have the amendment about reporting back on bike locking. When screen changes, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. That's it for the motions, right? So item as amended, all those in favor? All those opposed? That carries and completes this item. Okay, so now we can go back to IE 3110 Yorkdale Transportation Master Plan. Councillor Cole has revised his motion. It has been previously circulated on TMP. We'll pull it up and then we can.
I just, as a point of personal privilege, thank the member for changing the motion, revising the motion. And this, at this point, I'm happy to support the motion.
Okay, so we'll pull it up. So this is the revision?
Yeah, so I just have a question for the mover, if we can deviate with it.
Okay.
Procedure. Yes, Councillor Cole, number 3, extending Dufferin Street. So I'm wondering whether you're aware that is very much a part of the revision of the downstream secondary plan and its master transportation plan is a long-term vision. It can stay in this motion, that doesn't matter. I'm wondering whether you're aware that it is very embedded as part of that vision.
No, thank you, Councillor Pasternak. I'm well aware of that. What I'm just trying to do here is I'm trying to say this is something we can do in a much nearer term than the long term. that it will not only help improve the transportation network for the future of Yorkdale, but for the immediate gridlock situation, because the road is already there, as you know. Dufferin and the Allan are there, and so I'm just trying to speed it up. We can't wait 10 years. As you know, people are in line too long trying to get their Costco deals and Yorkdale deals and etc. So anyways, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to get this done sometime in our lifetime.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, we can change back the screen. I didn't get a chance to speak. Oh, the timer's working again. Here we go. So I will just thank Councillor Pasternak, the local councillor, for his leadership through this process, and also Councillor Cole, who is also a local councillor on this item. So thank you to both of them, and Councillor Cole for working with city staff on revising your motion as well. And when some of this infrastructure is built, maybe we can go for a ride. Okay, all those in favor?
Slow ride.
All those opposed? That, sorry, that was on the amendment. I'll just make that clear.
Like
Maybe
right,
I'll call that again. So all those in favor of the amendment? All those opposed? The amendment carries. All those in favor of the item as amended? All those opposed? The item carries. Okay, so our next item is 3115. Update on single-use and takeaway items, reduction strategy, reducing single-use program launch. And our speaker on this item is Emily Alfred. Emily, are you on the line? Hi, Emily, you have 5 minutes.
Great. Good morning, councillors and committee members and staff. Thank you for having me here today. As you know, I'm Emily Alfred. I'm from the Toronto Environmental Alliance. We're an environmental nonprofit organization with tens of thousands of supporters across Toronto, and we've been advocating for zero waste policies and programs for over 30 years. I've spoken to this committee many times on this issue, and we know from our own supporters, from public opinion polls, and our research with small businesses, the Torontonians support action by the city to reduce single-use plastics and unnecessary disposables. Also, as we've said before, we believe that to be truly effective, the strategy can't just discourage single-use cutlery, cups, and bags, but needs to promote and help Toronto businesses shift to the alternative, reusable foodware. First, I want to acknowledge that this staff report is important. Thank you to Councillors Layton and Robinson for requesting the staff report in May. It provides an important update and accountability to the many members of the public who have continuously participated in consultations and stakeholder meetings on the status of the single-use strategy. As recently as March, there was a consultation on this. The strategy has been significantly delayed a number of times, and it's important for the public to have this update. Fortunately, since I last spoke to this committee and this report was requested, the first voluntary stage of the single-use strategy has launched to provide guidance and support for businesses to shift away from waste and save money. This is a great development. As we've heard from businesses and found in our own research, small businesses especially are looking for guidance and clarity from the city on how to reduce single-use plastics and single-use disposables. I urge council and staff to consider funding as a core method of support. We've seen in some US projects that as little as $200 or $300 provided to small businesses can help them make dramatic shifts in waste by, for example, buying reusable cups to use on site or reusable cutlery. And that small investment up front can help them save money and reduce waste and save money in the long term. It's also great to see that the plans to reduce single-use items in city facilities with city vendors and at events on city property is outlined in this report. Reducing single-use items can't just be the work of solid waste management services. It's got to be a shared effort by anyone who serves food or purchases foodware in the city. So I just want to thank councillors last year for committing to showing this leadership. Last June, there was a lot of support for that after urging from the public. And we look forward to this moving ahead quickly and the city showing real leadership on city property. Also, since I last spoke with you in May, one of the bigger developments that I hope you all know about is the federal government has released new regulations to ban certain single-use plastics. This means that by next December 2023, every retailer, every food service business, anyone who serves food in Toronto and across Canada will need to stop using single-use plastic cutlery, plastic bags, and styrofoam or black plastic food containers. This is a great development. It will have a really big impact on the amount of single-use and unrecyclable waste in our city. And this is a great time for businesses to reconsider how they serve food and how they serve their customers. This gives even more reason for the city to push ahead and not slow down with the voluntary first stage of the single-use strategy, and to keep moving quickly to stage 2 with regulations to help small businesses and all businesses see where they should be moving to reduce waste. Critically, the federal regulation on plastic will likely lead to many businesses to simply look for disposable products made of other materials, like compostables, which are frequently more expensive and not compostable in the city system, or paper. The fact is that to truly reduce waste, the best solution is to shift to reusables. We know it can be done. Businesses in Toronto are already doing it, and that number is growing fast. Other cities are doing it, and other countries are passing regulations to require reusables. Just last week, the city of Edmonton passed a key vote on their single-use strategy, and it will require that businesses provide reusable cups when a customer orders coffee to have it on site. Edmonton and Vancouver also will require that businesses accept customer supplied cups. So when a customer brings their own cup to the coffee shop, they'll be required to have some procedure to accept that. This provides immediate, low cost, no waste options, and these are the kinds of regulations we want to see in Toronto. Finally, I'm excited to let you know about Reusable Toronto. This is a new initiative launched today to promote and highlight reuse solutions in our city. In the last few years, T has been meeting with community groups, reuse champions, businesses, and researchers to talk about how reusables are the solution to our waste and plastics crisis. We've come together with a shared vision. We're working to align our research, to share ideas between groups, to unify our message, and a voice to promote reuse as a solution across our city. We have supporters and groups and businesses across the city. I invite you to visit our website to learn more, and I hope to have the opportunity to meet with you and all councillors and candidates in the coming months to talk about reuse as a solution for our city. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us. Are there questions of staff on this item? Okay, speakers to this item. Okay, Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. In the interest of moving it forward, I don't have a motion to table today, but I did want to thank staff for bringing forward the report as requested. You know, we were getting reports that the voluntary measures would not be rolled out this year. I'm glad to see that they have been, because like it's kind of the least we can do. We're just giving resources to people to reach out to who want to try to reduce their plastic. Like it's kind of that bare minimum. And I recognize that we're not putting into place our own regulations against single-use plastics now, because we're awaiting what will be stronger federal regulations. But I just want to say one caution, and I've been told by staff that they're going to investigate whether or not we can also put in the same regulations concurrent with the federal ones. And I say that because federal governments can change, right? Their policies can be removed, and we'd be right back to square one. But I believe that the people in Toronto, residents of Toronto, want to see a reduction in single-use plastics. I believe businesses want to see a reduction in single-use plastics. They don't want the litter. They don't want the expense. They don't want the additional burden on the natural environment for generations of people to deal with this waste. So I think that when the next report comes back, we need to be very clear as a city that we want our own set of regulations. They can be similar to the federal ones, so as to make it easy, but so that if the federal government walks back theirs, that ours will still be there, because I do believe that the residents of the city of Toronto are supportive of this move. I think it's apparent in the bipartisan nature of this issue that most people and most councillors would be supportive of measures like this. So I'd like to thank staff for the quick rollout of the voluntary measures. I do hope that we see all of them get addressed and implemented to their fullest as we await the federal regulations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On that, we can call the item. All those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Our next item was held by Councillor Cole, who just stepped out of the room for a second here. So I'll suggest we hold that. There's also no deputant, so we can move to the next one, which does have a deputant. IE 3117, update on electric vehicle strategy implementation. Our speaker is Allison Stewart. Allison, are you online?
I am indeed.
You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm here once again to speak on behalf of Cycle Toronto. Now, because this report addresses how the city's electric vehicle strategy will need to align with the Transform TO Net Zero strategy, Cycle Toronto fully supports the city's transition to EVs. But with this big caveat, that this work must be done by applying an equity lens to ensure that the rollout of this transition and that the push for EVs does not have an adverse impact on the equitable access to active modes of transportation and mobility. And this is consistent with the report. This, paired with the support of achieving Transform TO's ambitious target of having 75% of all trips less than 5 kilometers to be taken by walking, cycling, or transit by 2030, which is fast approaching, Cycle Toronto supports the transition to EVs, but not at the expense of improving and expanding the network of bike lanes and cycle tracks. The rollout and installation of the public EV stations must not impinge, stall, or prevent upgrades to existing bike lanes or the implementation and rolling out of new ones. As an example, I'd like to bring up Jones Avenue. It's an important north-south route that runs from Danforth to Queen Street East. This street was one of the first to have bike lanes, just a painted line, but these have never been updated and remain as painted lines, which run alongside on-street parking. So very dangerous. The street is dangerous by design, and it needs to be urgently upgraded using the city's complete street guidelines. With 9 schools along this street, it's used by many children and their families because it has 9 schools. The community, led by some passionate children who are still at primary school and their families, are calling for Jones to be updated, but are being told that this may not be possible because of the need to accommodate an EV charging station. This would not be equitable if this is indeed the case. The reality remains, and will likely remain for some time, that owning a private vehicle, whether it's driven by EV or fossil fueled, it remains possible only for those that are able to afford one. And those people are a small percentage. So with that being said, I would really like to ensure that this strategy accounts and ensures that it's not going to be at the expense of improving or building more bike lanes. And we'd also like to ensure that it includes policies that encourage the uptake of e-bikes, e-scooters, and any other micro-mobility gadget that is fueled by electric. So thank you for your time and your consideration. And here's to a more sustainable, healthier, greener, and economically vibrant Toronto. Good day.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions of Deputant? Okay, Councillor Cole has a question.
Yeah, I just cut my attention there. I was just wondering what Cycle Toronto sort of position and attitude towards these scooters that are everywhere. I mentioned this before that I have a lot of Orthodox Jewish day schools in my area, and there are literally hundreds of children going to school on their e-scooters. No, they're not some of them are manual, but there's all kinds of little scooters all over the place. So, and I'm just wondering what Cycle Toronto really position is on the use of these scooters. They're not just the electric. There's some are no batteries at all.
Well, I'll say that generally our position is that everyone needs to be mindful of others and to share the road. We are all living with decades of stalling and building encouraging connected active modes of transportation, and we now have very limited space for people who are walking, biking, scooting, etc. In terms of the scooters, any micro mobility advice that makes it easier for people to get around is something that we support. For example, increasingly the cycle lanes and bike lanes are a popular destination when they exist for people relying on scooters, e-bikes, e-mopeds. And some of them, they're not all created equal. I mean, there are some of these zipped up e-scooters that honestly, I think can go up to 40 kilometers an hour. Yeah. And it becomes dangerous when they're, weaving in and out, they're not being mindful. So generally everyone needs to behave consistently and carefully when they're in areas with other types of users. We haven't actually developed specifically a policy yet on the e-scooters, but we recognize, for example, similarly to the bylaws or the law that dictates cyclists, is that if you are under the age, if you're 16 or under, you are allowed to be on the on the sidewalk. So I imagine, for example, children who are using scooters to get to school, they should be allowed to use the sidewalk. But that if it's adults on some of those bigger scooters, especially if they're e-assisted, they should likely remain on the bike lanes, or dare I say it, on the road, which is why we really need a fulsome and complete street network for separated bike lanes to accommodate all these types of users.
Yeah, no, listen, thank you very much for that insight, Allison. And one day you and I are going to have to do a walking tour at Bathurst and Lawrence. And I mean, it's just, it's a wonderful site actually, but I just don't know how we manage it safely. And that's why you just got to see just hundreds of kids usually going to school, scooting around up and down streets. And but anyways, it's something that's got potential anyways.
And actually, Councillor Cole, I have actually been up in that area a few times over the past month and a half, and even in the past few years, both through, by car, on transit, on bike, and on foot. And it's a painful experience regardless of how you cut it. And certainly the concerns that have been brought forward by the folks in Cedarvale and other community members, it's a terrible situation. And unfortunately, it's hard right now for anyone to envision, healthy, complete street communities up there because it's been under such, construction trauma for almost a decade. But looking forward to going on a walkthrough with you and your constituents.
Thank you, Allison.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions of staff on this item? Okay, questions of the deputant that was. Seeing none, we'll move to questions of staff. Okay, seeing none, speakers on the item. Okay, seeing none, would somebody like to move staff recommendations? Councillor Cole, all those in favor?
No, my apologies. I have a motion on this I've sent to staff. It came in a little bit late, so it might not be approved yet. I sent it a couple of minutes ago. I don't have any questions, but they're probably just formatting it now. It was in conjunction with that last speaker's remarks about how we ensure it's beyond electric cars and also includes some other electric mobility pieces, as well as future-proofing charging locations for where there are proposed bike lanes. So they should have it. It just might need to be held down for a couple minutes.
So do you want to stand on the item and you can advance circulate so everybody can review and then we can come back to it?
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, let's do that. We skipped over, because Councillor Cole had stepped out of the room, IE 3116, update on planned improvements to the York Beltline Trail and K. Gardner Beltline study, and he's back in with us. So Councillor Cole, you have questions on this item?
Yeah, just a question of staff. Again, this is a good news story that transportation staff has really helped expedite these improvements, which have been asked for the last decade, on making the York Beltline Trail and the K. Gardner safer and et cetera. I just have a couple of questions. The question is, first of all, wayfinding. As you know, a lot of people know where the K Gardner is, but they have no idea that we have this beautiful Beltline trail. I don't even know if Councillor Layton has ever been on the York Beltline Trail, and he's been everywhere. I have to go with a jog with him or a bike ride with him. But anyways, when or how are we going to let people know about this beautiful place to walk, cycle, bring your baby carriage?
Through the chair to Councillor Cole, this is Jennifer Kelly. That will be considered as part of the update to the wayfinding signage that will be undertaken in 2023.
I'm just wondering whether we could just do 3 or 4 simple signs before that time frame, by the time they get them in, because right now it's urgent. Given the traffic chaos in Eglinton, we want to say, if you want to go for a walk or cycle or just breathe, just go, 100 meters north, and you can go to this quiet oasis on the Beltline. Can we get some more immediate signs saying, go north, young person?
I believe through the chair, the idea was to come up with a holistic signage strategy, but we can definitely look at seeing what we can do in the short term.
Yeah, just in the short term, a few signs saying there's relief on the, we should call it the Beltline relief line. But anyways, and also the other question is that, as you know, we have plans to have cycling connections between the new crosstown stations and the Beltline. Like I know we are doing a contour bike lane on Jimmy Wisdom Way that goes from Eglinton up to the Beltline. When are we going to start putting in those cycling connections from Eglinton, the Eglinton stations, to the York Beltline?
Through the chair, those are currently part of the near-term implementation program for study between 2022 and 2024. So at this time, I can't provide a timeline, but I can definitely follow up with your office once I have a concrete timeline.
Yes, and then when are we going to start to finally get, I know Michael Black and everybody from who cycles the area, who's been at this for 11 years, keeps asking, when are we going to get the curb cuts? At least the curb cuts. I know we're getting lights at Caledonia, make it a safe crossing, but when are we going to start cutting those curbs?
So at the last community council meeting, we adopted, councilors adopted the installation of a refuge island at Ronald and a pedestrian control signal at Caledonia. Those are proposed to be installed in 2023, and the curb depressions would be installed at the same time. Again,
if possible, could we cut the curbs sooner? Because again, it is not safe with those sidewalks and the obstructions that are there from people going east to west on the Beltline. So if somehow we can start cutting the curbs, at least depress the curbs, whatever you call it. But anyways, thanks for your great work on it, Jennifer, and keep pushing the envelope there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional questions on this item? Okay, seeing none. Speakers on this item?
I'll just speak quickly. Yeah, no, this is a good news story in the movement of people, is that we have this it's really is a relief line that goes from Mount Pleasant Cemetery all the way to Caledonia Station, which is going to be the new major transit hub in the west end of Toronto, where the GO train interacts with the new crosstown. So we have this Beltline, which is, again, tree covered. It's wide. It's extremely popular, especially during the pandemic. More and more people started to cycle up there, more people walking. But one of the things we have is we have some safety issues in that we don't have curb cuts. We sometimes have obstruction, bullards in the way. And we also have even the garbage bins, the waste bins that are sometimes obstructing. So we're trying to basically make it safer to across the street, like Ronald Avenue, Caledonia, we're putting in lights. And Bathurst Street is another treacherous crossing we're trying to make safer also. But anyways, this is also a great way of getting people who want to get to the new crosstown stations can actually connect from the crosstown stations to the Beltline. And so there's north-south connections going from the Beltline down to the crosstown stations at Caledonia, at Fairbank, which is Dufferin, the Oakwood Station, Marley, etc., and Chaplin. So therefore, this is a good way of getting people to cycle safely, walk safely, if they want an alternative to being on a main street for cycling, walking, etc. So, and you know, it's car free, so there's no fumes, there's no noise, no pollution, very quiet. And as I said, I welcome put out a welcome, Matt, to Councillor Layton to join me on a slow bike ride on the York Beltline Trail.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Layton now wants to speak to this item.
Madam Speaker, I would just say my name was mentioned twice, and Councillor Cole conveniently said that the eastern boundary was the Mount Pleasant Cemetery, but I'd point out that the Beltline actually, after the Mount Pleasant Cemetery, actually enters Ward 11 across Moore Park and goes down into the ravine. So I'm very familiar with the Beltway. In fact, we installed a crossing signal on Moore Park just so the good residents of Councillor Cole's ward could come down and enjoy the ravine in Ward 11. And I will certainly take you up on that offer, Councillor Cole. I booked the whole day for this IEC meeting, and if we're done in a good time, I'll put on my kit and I'll run up and meet you up there.
Okay, great. That's a date.
Okay. Any other additional speakers on this item? Okay, seeing none, we can call the question. All those in favor? All those opposed? This item carries. Councillor Layton, I believe your motion is ready on item 3117.
Fantastic. There's 4 parts to the motion if the clerks could display it. The first is that City Council requests the General Manager of Transportation Services to review the streets slated to receive on-street electrical parking charging stations to make recommendations on where painted bike lanes or sharrows can be upgraded to protect lanes in coordination with station implementation. The City Council requests the General Manager of Transportation Services to ensure the rollout of public EV charging stations will not impinge on existing or future installation of bike lanes and cycle tracks. And 3, City Council requests the General Manager of Transportation Services to ensure that e-bikes and other electronic mobility devices are included in consideration by the Electric Vehicle Working Group responsible for the electric vehicle file. And 4th, the City Council requests General Manager of Transportation Services expand the cost subsidies being implemented for users of electric vehicles to include all vehicles including bikes, e-bikes, and micro-mobility devices that contribute to moving people away from vehicles that rely on fossil fuel usage. I believe they're all consistent with just us doing our due diligence about where we put our EV stations so we don't have to spend money moving them later. And the final point is consistent with Transform recommendations that came from the Transform TO debate. I just want to make sure they're top of mind as our electrical vehicle working group continues to move forward. And just in addition to that, I'm very happy to see some of the numbers about the increase in the number of charging stations. You know, electric vehicles will not be silver bullet that addresses climate change for us, but it is going to be part of it. And so we need to make sure we're moving ahead with building out a grid so that drivers can feel confident when they do make their purchase and make the switch over that they don't have range anxiety or whatever it is that that is holding people back or at this point. Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple questions. Since this was just brought forward. Okay, so number 3, I just want to make understand. So this is just that the working group also talks about e-bikes and other mobility devices, correct?
Yes. Yeah.
Now 4 is the one where, like, I don't even know what cost subsidies you're talking about. What cost subsidies are you referring to?
My language may be unclear there, but there's direction through the Transform TO report to look at support for people making the transition towards electric vehicles, including cost considerations. So the intent is that it just be consistent with the Transform TO report.
And so, but that is, what you're trying to say is to include these and consider these as you roll out those subsidies, as opposed to the way I'm reading it right now makes it sound like we already have these cost subsidies in place.
Yes, I see your problem with that. Maybe what we can do is as a friendly amendment, I'll strike out recommendation 4 rather than try to wordsmith it right now. It was to make it consistent with the Transform TO recs, which weren't worded like that. So my mistake, I'll strike that out and we can take the first 3.
Okay. Okay, great. And this still comes to council as well. So I think if there's any other minor wording, technical amendments on 1, 2, or 3, we could discuss that between now and then as well.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Additional speakers on this item? Okay, I just want to thank city staff for their work in this area. So last meeting, we had the report about what's happening this year. And in this report, it summarizes what's going to be happening in the next years. But I know that they're also working hard on funding applications to the Ministry of Natural Resources. So I'm very hopeful that we will secure that funding and we'll be able to do even more than's already presented in this report here. So with that, seeing no other speakers, we can call the vote. So the amendment first, just put it up. Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? The amendment carries. On the item as amended, all those in favor? All those opposed? The item carries. So it is now 12:27. So I propose we break for lunch, come back at 1:30. Okay, bye.
Chair, it's Councillor Perks.
Oh, sorry.
Madam Chair, it's Councillor Perks.
Yes.
Hi. The next item is a letter that I've written to committee, and unfortunately I can't be here at 1:30. If I could just speak to it for literally 90 seconds, that would be all I need.
I'll move a motion to extend to allow for the next item.
Okay, we'll consider this item. Hopefully it's brief.
Hold on.
All I want to do is speak to it. You guys
No,
can deliberate
yeah,
whenever you want.
I'm okay to let Councillor Perks speak, but Councillor Layton's motion is different from that.
Right, but
It
do
says
you want to
to allow-
consider the item? Do you want to do all the questions and everything now? Are you saying that you don't want to do
Why
that?
don't we just allow Councillor Perks and break for lunch?
Okay,
I'm fine with that. Sorry. That's fine.
okay, great. Go ahead, Councillor Perks.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair and members of the committee for allowing me this time. The letter that I've sent to you grows out of an absurd series of conversations I have had with constituents in my ward. As you know, the City of Toronto has been gradually changing the speed limits across the city on neighborhood streets and around schools so that it's 30 kilometers an hour. However, our policies, the traffic warrants for interventions like four-way stops or traffic calming devices reflect the previous speed limit of 40 kilometers an hour. So constituents will say, okay, so you posted 30, but everyone's still driving way too fast. Can we get a stop sign? And I'll, inform staff of this, and they'll come back and say, well, it's not warranted because the average speed is 10 kilometers above the posted speed. So people are driving 50 in a 30 zone. That's fine. I've spoken with the general manager of transportation staff, and she says that with this direction, that gives her the authority to go back and review the warrants and to bring the next council package of proposed reforms so that we aren't telling constituents and drive this speed, but then ignoring it when it comes to actually implementing safety interventions on local streets. The hope would be that the policy would be amended so that the posted speed is what prevails in testing whether or not we need things like stop signs on local streets. This has no impact on a street that's posted 50, the test would still be 50. There, I made my pitch. I unfortunately can't be here at 2:30, but if any of you want to chat, I've got my phone with me.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we'll adjourn until 1:30. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
to reflect the speed limits on local roads. Councillor Pasternak, are we live? Apologies, I don't think we were live there. Okay, we are live. So we are on item IE 3118, updating the traffic calming policy to reflect the speed limits on local roads. Councillor Pasternak held the item, but he is at an announcement and can't attend this afternoon. So are there any questions on this item? Okay, seeing none. Speakers on this item? Seeing none. Councillor Layton, you're moving the item?
Yeah, I'll move the item. My understanding is this is just to tie the warrants to the posted speed limits.
Correct. Yes. Okay, all those in favor? All those opposed? That item carries. Okay, our last item today is IE 3120, Metrolink's proposed Don Valley layover in Ward 14. Our first speaker is Casey Scott. Casey, are you on the line? Hi, Cassie, can you unmute your mic?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for your time. My name is Cassie Scott, and I live near the Don Valley. And as we've been seeing in this meeting all day, you know, there's way more density. There's lots of condos going up. There's way more traffic. And during the pandemic, maybe like a lot of people, I struggled emotionally. And then I discovered the Don Valley Trail. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you. And it really changed my life. And I don't know how many other people discovered the trail during the pandemic, but I noticed lots and lots of families and people and individuals using it. And I came to really see that we need the trail. And I think there are studies too that show that emotional well-being and just all aspects of physical and mental health are related to those things. So I know that there's a proposed layover and parking lot to be put there. And I understand from other parties that that layover doesn't have to be there. It could be where the train tracks, the lower Don rail branch. And we have so few wild space available to us. And the wild space that we have is so precious. There's really no need to pit public planning for parks against public transit, because my understanding are there many locations where a parking lot and a storage facility for diesel cars, rail cars can be put. And also there's been so many public policy planning, 50 years of planning along the Don River. It doesn't make sense to me to go against it. But really, this is just a very personal appeal on my part, because I feel like that trail saved me and I want to do everything I can to save the trail. So that's really all I have to say. Please, yes, I want to go ahead with transit, but I want to go ahead in line with existing parks and public spaces policies. Thank you so very much for your time. I'm just a public citizen. I'm not aligned with any groups. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there any questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for joining us today. Our next speaker is Shane Crompton with Seeds to Saplings and Build the Park. Shane, you're muted.
The video and not the, sorry, can I start now?
You can start now. Go ahead, Shane. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, sorry about that. I want to thank you all for the opportunity to address this committee on the subject of Metrolinx's proposed Don Valley layover and service facility. I have been a resident of downtown Toronto for 26 years, and I wish to state my full support for Councillor Fletcher's motion regarding Metrolinx's proposal. The Don Valley Ravine has been generous to me. It provides a pedestrian link to other parts of the downtown core. It's a place for contemplation and for relief from the stresses of urban living. It is a delightful place to connect with and celebrate nature, the trees, the river, the land, and an extraordinary amount of wildlife. It is the greatest remaining natural asset of the city. It is a generational asset on a global scale. City Council and the Mayor are elected to work in the best interests of the city and of all the people living here. As such, taxpayers and voters expect them to defend our parks and green spaces and to protect our right to put them to the best possible use, the best and highest use. There is no need to reiterate here the very obvious and grave environmental implications this proposed diesel train facility has for the Don River Ravine. Many experts have already done that. My question to this committee and to council is how such a terrible proposal has met with no resistance from our mayor and precious little from council, with some notable exceptions such as Councillor Fletcher and Leighton. Metrolinx has been given a political mandate that amazingly exempts it from environmental protection laws. It does not exempt them from conducting genuine public consultation, and it does not exempt its board and CEO from normal standards of accountable and transparent practice, which they routinely ignore. Metrolinx's opaque and heavy-handed methods are well known by now. It deliberately leaves City Council, the Mayor, and the public at large ignorant of the full scope and implications of their plans for the Don Valley, and so renders Council unable to do their job and the public unable to make any sense of their proposal. We still don't know what their long-term plan is for the Don Valley Ravine. Metrolinx is making critical decisions about our Mayor John Tory's super park and about our green spaces, decisions that rightly belong to the elected mayor and to City Council. Metrolinx, its CEO and its board are ignoring the agenda of our local democratically elected government to build a super park in the lower Don Valley, and is attempting to impose a diesel train service facility and rail yard there instead. Where is the oversight and accountability of this agency? First, I ask this committee to recommend that Council petition the provincial minister responsible for overseeing Metrolinx to review this particular project and actions by Metrolinx that fall well short of appropriate levels of transparency and accountability. I urge Council and the Mayor to demand complete transparency from Metrolinx about their current proposal and long-term plans for our super park in the Don Valley Ravine. I further urge this committee to recommend that City Council take all necessary measures themselves to ensure that the public are made properly aware of the proposed facility. As well as on their own website and on social media, they could use signage at and around the site of this facility. Metrolinx cannot be allowed to railroad our city into accepting poor decisions that impair the future quality and livability of our city's generational asset. Why is our mayor and city council, why are they willing to accept the sacrifice of the super park for the benefit of the 905s? Is it just because the 905s vote for Doug Ford and we don't? One could speculate that this is a political decision. Why do our representatives accept the blatant disregard shown by Metrolinx to downtown voters in favor of a demographic that has no stake in the Don Valley? Finally, I ask this committee to recommend that City Council ensure Metrolinx do not break ground on this proposed layover until they fully inform the public of their plans and until they work cooperatively and transparently with the City of Toronto to find a transit solution that works for everyone and does not trash our ravine. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your deputation. Are there questions of the deputant?
I have a
Councillor Fletcher.
question, Madam Chair. It's Councillor Fletcher here. Thank you, Ms. Compton. This super park that you're speaking about, was this the park that Evergreen and the city announced in 2016? Was Scott
Yes.
Schneider? Yes.
Yes, it was. And actually, during COVID, Mayor Tory reiterated his commitment to building this park. And it's designed to go in the lower Don Valley. But ever since that, I think that was just a couple of years ago that he reiterated the commitment. Ever since then, he's gone quiet, and I just don't understand why.
And is this, you must have, I was not the counselor for this area at that time. That involved the City Parks Department and Evergreen.
Yes.
I think I was at the announcement, but then that was all I knew about it. What steps were taken after that to bring this to reality? Was there fundraising for that park? I'm not sure.
Indeed, there was, Councillor. There was a lot of private money committed, private donations committed to this vision, but nothing actually happened. So it's a huge mystery. And the next thing we hear for the Don Valley is the layover. Evergreen really haven't said very much against it either. So it's a big mystery.
And just who was the recipient of the dollars, or who was the lead? Was it the city that was the lead for this park?
It was, as far as I know, Councillor, it was a partnership between the city and Evergreen and private donors.
Okay, I'll ask our staff about that when I get that chance. Thank you very much.
Okay,
And
thank you.
the tracks would go just for this part. The layover would be on the easterly side, but the tracks through the floor of the valley would cut directly across this new park that the city has already basically said we're going to build, right?
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your deputation. Our next deputant is Tom Connell with Build the Park. Do we have Tom on the line? Hi, Tom. Can you unmute? You have 5 minutes.
Oh, there we go. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You have 5 minutes.
Great. My name's Tom Connell. Thank you very much for the opportunity to make a statement at today's committee. I'm a Ward 11 resident who spends countless hours in the Don Valley and connected ravines, biking, walking, paddling, and working on stewardship projects. I'm also a member of the Build the Park group that organized a letter to Metrolinx last week opposing the layover and asking Metrolinx to reconsider its plans. On June 29th, we conveyed an open letter to Metrolinx with 49 signatories encompassing a diverse group of community and environmental organizations and individuals with distinguished records of environmental and community leadership from all parts of the city. The list of signatories included distinguished academics, leading environmental organizations, parkland advocacy groups from across Toronto, and 10 neighborhood organizations from both sides of the valley. A number of people have submitted comments, and I would say that a number of others who are signatories to the letter or have supported it have also submitted comments, and I'm not sure if they're yet registered on the website. I just mentioned that in passing. The open letter opposes the layover plans for a number of reasons. First, the layover will have significant negative impacts on sensitive ecologies and parkland. Despite Metrolinx's blithe statements about mitigating environmental impacts, there's every reason to be concerned about, for example, rebuilding the bridge and track for the length of the facility and virtually surrounding the Halliwell Hill wetland with access roads and retaining walls or embankments. The project environmental report is far from reassuring when it acknowledges the experience of park visitors will be affected by odors, noise, and visual impacts. Second, sacrificing a slice of green space in central Toronto ignores its critical importance as an essential element of our response to the climate change and biodiversity crises. At a time when governments are striving to protect 30% of land by 2030 and plant 2 billion trees, using this space for a diesel layover is beyond wrong-headed. Thirdly, the layover is not the kind of new project contemplated in the numerous visionary frameworks describing what our most iconic parkland might be. Considering all the progress made through bringing back the Don, 40 steps to a new Don, the Lower Don Master Plan, the Evergreen Brickworks, the Portland Renaturalization Project, and many others, it's an epic failure of imagination to write off core sections of the Don Valley for reindustrialization. The open letter challenges Metrolinx to shift focus to other sites or approaches to meeting related operational requirements, including use of the Lower Don corridor west of the river. What might this involve? Some initial questions come to mind. What are the different functions incorporated in the layover specification? And of these, which genuinely depend on proximity to Union Station? How will planning uncertainties affect future requirements for the layover, including the pace of electrification of the GO system, the trajectory of off-peak service growth, and the implementation of two-way 15-minute service across the network? Can Metrolinx and the Office of Transit Expansion provide a site comparison analysis that also considers opportunity costs and the value of alternative uses of different sites? And when will we see a complete assessment of the environmental impact arising from rebuilding the track and low-level bridge, which didn't appear to be in the initial assessment? These are just a few of the specific issues that should be addressed as the layover siting question is revisited through the efforts of City Council and the Transit Expansion Office. Adopting the motions put forward by Councillors Fletcher and Layton would be an important step in the right direction. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Are there questions of Deputant? Okay.
Yes, I do have a
Councillor
question,
Fletcher,
please.
5 minutes.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on the tracks because Metrolinx actually, I think public's only heard about the layover, but these trains have to get to their layover, and that is on 1.5 kilometers of track through the floor of the valley. I just heard you say that there had actually been no environmental assessment about the track. That was a bit surprising. Can you tell me a bit more about that, please?
Well, just to elaborate slightly, part of the, I guess, publicity around the layover was new use for old tracks. There's an article on the Metrolinx website that proclaims that. Well, in subsequent specifications for engineering services, they've said, okay, rebuilding the track is part of the plan. So clearly, however you were interpreting that previous article, it's going to be new track that is used in the layover. And then in the environmental project report, which I would say is somewhat impenetrable, it's hard to find on the website, and the whole GO expansion program is rolled into a single multi-volume report. You have to sift through it to find the parts addressing the layover. At one point, it explicitly says, well, the layover will use the existing bridge, and this is the bridge that is just north of the Riverdale footbridge, so it's crossing the river. It's approximately 100 years old. Subsequently, they said that bridge would be replaced. But in the environmental project report, they said, well, we don't have to assess the impact on the riverbed or the riverbanks because we're using the old bridge. Well, apparently not. Apparently, they will be replacing that, and replacing a bridge would seem to be traumatic enough to that sort of local environment. But if you just imagine the construction staging and all the mayhem that's going to go on around that, it just is very problematic. So clearly, it's something that, as far as I understand it, hasn't been thoroughly addressed in the material that's been provided to the public so far.
So just to go on that assessment, that had to be tabled provincially. I guess it's basically the environmental assessment, and also tabled federally. Is there a federal tabling of that?
I don't know if that's presented federally. It's signed off by the provincial, I guess the Minister of Transportation as part of the transit TPAP, Transit Project Assessment Process.
So the TPAP, this is under the TPAP, And you're saying that a piece of it was missed because they're not using the bridge anymore.
And
It'll be a new bridge, and that will require a certain amount of construction. Do you think the tracks are usable, or have to be new tracks?
No, I think, as far as I know, they've said they're going to be replacing those as well. And I guess I would just further say that a great many things that have been encompassed in the consultation that has occurred to date, many things have been relegated to either mitigation. They say, you know, okay, such and such is going to happen, but we'll mitigate it. Well, that's a big stretch to think that this can all be mitigated and we'll be walking down the Don Valley and we won't notice these odors or the noise or the visual impact or the impact on the, you know, migration routes and so on. So that's one point. Another thing is they've said that consultation will be, or many of these issues will be addressed in the final design stage. And that would seem to be a catch-all response to many inquiries about certain features. So there's an awful lot of heavy lifting that has to go on in the final design phase, and hopefully public consultation around that, an opportunity to consider the suitability of this whole plan.
Just to follow up for 1 second on that, to deal with mostly it's been a discussion on the layover. I've only seen pictures from Metrolinx about the layover and the location, etc. I've rarely heard them talk about the impact or the track, showing the track work, except for one small rendering that they have that shows the length of it and that it will be a fenced area. Will it be fenced, as
Well,
you've seen?
Yeah, I imagine there will be fencing for a good part of it. That's to be determined. One thing I would say, and you know, in addition to what you've just said, in the environmental project report, they've said, well, the facility will not be in an environmentally significant area. In fact, they've made a lot about the fact that it's now located slightly north of the viaduct. And when they talk about the facility, they seem to mean these specific buildings.
Yes.
But when you talk about the facility, I think rightly you acknowledge, okay, there's a bridge, there's a kilometer or two of track, there's the right of way, there's the fencing and so on. And the environmentally significant area in that part of the valley runs to the viaduct right down to the Riverdale footbridge. So that's a kilometer stretch at least. It's all environmentally significant. It'll be ground zero for a very substantial amount of construction. I can't imagine the trail will be usable for much of that. And then when it's finally done, you know, it's hard to imagine how these impacts will be mitigated. And you can, if you can picture the Belleville underpass, which is the existing, it's where the trail goes under the underpass, that whole area will be, you know, in the middle of this rail corridor. So I can only imagine that the migratory routes and the recreational uses will all have to fit in the 3x4 meter concrete piece of the Belleville underpass.
Thank you. That's time.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, our next speaker is Floyd Ruskin. Do you have Floyd online?
Good afternoon.
Hi, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Counselor. My name is Floyd Ruskin with the Park for All Environmental Conservation Group, and our 2,300 members fully support the motion by Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Layton. I'll start with a little bit of background because I've been working on this file for quite a while. In February 2020, a series of meetings across the region was held to announce Metrolinx plans for regional express rail. The Don Valley layover facility is just one very small part of a very large RER and was almost overlooked. Two sharp-eyed observers were quick to notice and point out to me the dangers to our ravine space, and the very first letter asking for information on the how, and especially the why, an industrial operation was being planned for accessible ravine parkland. That first letter was sent to Metrolinx on March 8, 2020. A response was not received until mid-May. This delay set the stage for the ongoing struggle that the media, concerned citizens, or elected officials from all three levels of government find when trying to communicate with Metrolinx. In a communication strategy that is designed to deceive, Metrolinx continues to either disregard pertinent questions responds with ambiguity, or disseminates falsehoods as being accurate. This communication policy is used across the city from the west in Mount Dennis, Rockcliffe, Smythe, Davenport Diamond, Osgood Hall, the First Parliament site, Leslieville, Thorncliffe Park, Smalls Creek, as well as here in the Don Valley. Unfortunately, this policy is further enabled by the city's Transit Expansion Office. I have read every public document published by Metrolinx regarding the DVL. I've also read each public staff report by TEO provided to council, and they are essentially verbatim, cut and paste from Metrolinx's own publications. Instead of this committee and council receiving an accurate analysis, all they get is a rubber stamp. Nowhere does any Metrolinx or TEO report speak to the devastation from the single most destructive element, the planned removal of 1.6 kilometers of the existing track, construction of a new pedestrian walkway alongside, a brand new track bed and track, and a new trackside service road on the edge of a steep treed slope. Does our ravine parkland really require a new 6 kilometers of 8 feet high security fencing designed to resist the zombie apocalypse? For the first 150 years of settler history, the Don has been the go-to place for industry to support urban growth at the expense of natural features of water, forests, wetlands, meadows, and the wildlife that call the valley home. This legacy of polluting factories and operations had left an unwanted river and landscape so disturbed that in 1969, a funeral was held to hopefully wake folks up to what society had done to a once pristine wilderness. Through the efforts of the pioneers of conservation and decades of hard work by city staff, volunteers, TRCA, and even school children, along with our changing sensibilities of how we view our green space, most vestiges of our polluting industrial past have been removed and the land leveling restored to almost pre-colonial times. Today, when governments are attempting to figure out how to deal with the climate crisis, it is not the time to destroy 70+ years of regraining of the Don Valley by disturbing precious wetlands, destroying 1,100 trees, and burying meadows along with the diverse habitat they support. If Metrolinx is allowed to continue with this very ill-advised location and restored accessible ravine parkland, this reintroduction of industrial operations sets a dangerous precedent for development of not only the Don Valley, but every other protected ravine green space, and it will slow down our progress to achieve 40% tree cover. It is also the only green space that so many downtown Torontonians rely upon to escape from the stress of urban living. Mayor Tory and members of council recognized the lack of green space available to downtown residents and approved $1.8 billion for Rail Deck Park to provide that needed green space. For a mere fraction of the cost of the now defunct Rail Deck Park, we can preserve and protect in perpetuity the natural heritage of the Don Valley from the reintroduction of polluting industrial operations and provide that needed green space to downtown residents. We request that Mayor Tory and City Council instruct the city manager to enter into negotiations to purchase from Metrolinx the Don Branch right-of-way from 10 meters south of the Lowsdale Bridge in Ward 13, north to approximately Redway Road sidewalk in Ward 15, about the northwest corner of Lovelaw's parking lot there. Ownership will enable the city and partners to finally move on with the Don River Valley Park and also finally recognize our indigenous past by finally renaming it to once Contact Parklands. This will advance the mandate of the ravine strategy already passed by unanimous city council. I just recently attended a workshop on the plans for the Loop Trail. At 65 kilometers, the Loop Trail will connect northeast, south, and west of our city, but do we really want part of the Don Valley section to run through a rail yard? This I&E committee and council approved funding for the Loop Trail through the ravine strategy. There are other more suitable and less destructive locations to meet the stated needs of Metrolinx available, and that are also known to Metrolinx outside of our restored accessible parkland. This issue has never been about building transit. As an environmentalist, every butt on a GO train is one less car that comes into the city, thereby helping reduce our carbon footprint. It is and always will be about a poorly thought out location that does not place any value on the environment, community concerns, or
Final
wishes
thoughts.
of city council. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of the deputant?
You just, you took an extra minute there, Floyd, so you're over 5. I'm just going to ask you this question about the fencing because I hadn't really heard about that before. It's how, the fencing, 6 kilometers of fencing? Or
Yes.
6 meters? Sorry.
The fence is 8 feet high. It could be viewed, they're starting to install it along Bayview. It's black. It's not even chain link. I don't know if you can see my back. The grooves are like this, so you can't really get through it. And that's why I refer to it as something to stop a zombie, because it's like something they use at a nuclear facility to keep out. This will block off not only wildlife migration, but also the way we use our park. I mean, you know, you come into a fence, do you turn it? Right now we have open parkland. It's open. We can move around. The animals can move around. There's interaction. But as soon as you start laying out all the fencing to protect the facility, all their tracks, Tom brought it up, all the way from the low steel bridge all the way up to the half-mile bridge. All that will be fenced in. Their facility will be fenced in. There'll be a gate at the north end. There'll be another gate at the ramp to go up to the top of the facility. This is an abomination, and it shouldn't happen in a city. It should never ever happen in protected ravine green space.
Thank you.
Also, I heard about the ESA. It also extends along the right of way through the ESA, but. They make these disingenuous comments. We've moved it out of the ESA. They moved it about 30 meters. For those of us old enough to have been on planes, there was the smoking section and the non-smoking section. Do you think the wildlife actually know the difference between the ESA and not the ESA? I mean, their statements are ridiculous.
Thank you. I think the track goes through the ESA, correct?
Correct, and so will the fence.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Williams. We also ask that members turn on their cameras. Chris, are you on the line? Hi, Chris. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Chris Williams. I'm an advertising executive and a former board of director member of Destin, Ontario, the provincial government agency that promotes tourism. I appeal to this committee's expertise in governance of transit agencies, its fiduciary responsibility to taxpayers, and its connection with other levels of government. My question is not where to build the Don Valley layover, but why build it at all. According to StatsCan's latest report, working from home, 44% of Toronto's workers are potential remote workers. A transition to a full telework capacity is available to approximately 52% of Toronto's workers, and that would cut public transit use by 52% according to StatsCan. The point is, why expand the GO network when it is currently running at 40% of capacity? That means the trains are 60% empty as it sits now. It is a white elephant in the making. According to Metrolinx's latest annual report, in 2021, each rider on Metrolinx's GO network cost $85.53, of which $7.59 was paid by the rider and $77 was picked up by the taxpayers of Ontario. Expansion will just add more heavily subsidized riders, and it will not fix any of the traffic problems you see in Toronto, because we're talking about people from Milton or Old Elm far out of the city. The business case that supported GO expansion and the building of the Don Valley complex was published in 2018 based on data earlier than that. The ridership projections, the assumption that if inflation will remain at 2%, the benefit cost analysis is beyond obsolete. It's laughable. For instance, Metrolinx states that there's a $300 million benefit in greenhouse gas emissions and reductions by getting 145,000 electric vehicles off the road. Metrolinx's logic is that riders on diesel trains produce less emissions than drivers of electric cars. Metrolinx's business case assumes 3% of commuters will work from home, and that will rise to 8% in 2051. But in 2020, the actual number of work from home was 92%. In 2021, it's 80%. COVID has accelerated a work from home trend way beyond what it was assumed to be in 2018, and it will continue to exist long after COVID is a memory. Metrolinx claims GO expansion will produce a $34 billion benefit by reducing commuting time by 10 minutes a day. Well, working from home has been far more successful at reducing commuting time, and yet Metrolinx now wants to spend marketing money to convince people to come back to spending an hour a day commuting so that it can then reduce it by 10 minutes a day, which is ridiculous. After the 2013 flood in the Don Valley that had Metrolinx scrambling to rescue 1,400 commuters, they came up with a climate change resiliency plan. Simply, it just states that the Richmond Hill trains will not use the Don Valley if it floods. But it does not address what to do with trains that are parked in the Don Valley, and what is the plan if the Don Valley is not available for the rest of the network to store and turn around these other trains. This is some kind of sitcom farce, but it isn't. It's a $16 billion project, and they want to turn the whole valley into a train yard. When challenged on its oversight role of the business case, Metrolinx board of directors just shrugs and says, as long as the benefit cost ratio is somewhere above 1, they're fine with it. But Metrolinx doesn't actually know what the numbers are, and they're afraid to ask lest their precious budget gets reallocated by the ministry. That is an abdication of the role of which the board of directors is hired to perform. So when the citizens of Toronto are told to give up the largest urban green space within walking distance of the core, I say there's something rotten in Metrolinx that is an embarrassment to the provincial government. You see, Metrolinx is not even telling you the complete picture. It is not just a service facility and parking lot for 3 trains and tracks on the east side of the river. Metrolinx also includes the electrification and the improvement to double track rails on the west side of the river up to Pottery Road so that an additional 6 or 7 trains are able to park, turn around, and head back to Union Station. Our pushback for due diligence should be very specific. Metrolinx must redo the case study with up-to-date data. They must represent that to the Ministry of Transport in a publicly available way.
Final thoughts.
And thank you. Because there's an alternative, which is to look at the value of the valley in terms of tourism. The development of the Wanscotnach parklands would be equivalent to Stanley Park in Vancouver, or Mount Royal in Montreal, or Central Park in New York, which has far more value in terms of generating revenue and jobs for the City of Toronto than Metrolinx's stupid train yard.
Madam Chair, time, please.
Thank you. So that's the end of the deputation. Any questions of the speaker? Okay, seeing none, our final speaker on this item is Irene Vandertop. Hi, Irene, you have 5 minutes.
Great, thank you so much, Madam Chair and City Councillors and City staff. I'm here on behalf of Don't Mess with the Don. I'm just going to share my screen. Please let me know if you can see it. Is anybody able to see it?
No, we'll have IT work with you on that. They just gave you the sharing privileges?
Oh yeah, okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, 1 second. It seems to not want to share. It's talking about permissions. System permissions. Oh God. Okay, I'll just go ahead. I'm the vice president and one of the co-founders of Don't Mess with the Don. We were formed in 2018 and have conducted cleanups since, and have been formed into an official charity last year. We are aiming to to improve, to revitalize and protect our green spaces and our largest green space in Toronto, the Don Valley. And we have done so over the years with thousands of volunteers. We started with cleanups, and I wish I could show you, but I think most of you have seen it or noticed us, but we attracted hundreds of folks to our cleanups, anywhere from school-going children, families, any kind of people from all backgrounds and generations, because people feel that our parks are under pressure, and we get so much from our parks that we want to give back. If you ask anybody who's coming to our cleanups, they say, I do this because I want to give back to what I take from. I take from our parks. They're so important to us. It's what I need for my physical well-being, for my mental well-being. And they understand and they feel that we're in a climate crisis right now. Our natural environment is under extensive threat. The least people can do is help with cleanups. This is also, the parks have also been a huge community builder for us, and increasingly so, especially since COVID hit. More and more people are using our parks, and there's more awareness around the importance of protecting our parks. The total amount of garbage that we have removed to date is 228,975 pounds, which is 115 ton. We've conducted 92 cleanups, which comprise a total number of 15,000 volunteer hours, the least. We see a visible reduction of the garbage throughout the Don Valley ravine system. These are all to say that we are making huge strides forward within our ravines, but at the same time, we're feeling there's so much pressure on the systems in keeping them there and keeping them healthy. That's why Don't Mess with the Don started also stewardship initiatives, where we are stewarding land together with volunteers, where we're removing invasive species and planting native species in addition to garbage removal. This work is very intensive. It takes a lot of time and effort and commitment to do this time and time again. We go out every week, and volunteers are committed because they feel a sense of ownership around the ravine's land. They feel that the work that they put in, they get back from it, and this is theirs to enjoy and their next generations to enjoy. And with the proposed layover facility that will cut away a huge part of the Don Valley, this is just a tragedy about to happen. I cannot even fathom how this can happen in a time like this, where we're in the middle of a climate crisis, where every person you speak to when you walk in the Don and you talk about what is happening and what is proposed in the Don Valley, they just cannot understand the reasoning, like why cannot we find a better solution, a better location for this? Because we are absolutely pro-transit, but we are against the reintroduction of transit and industry in our parklands. Our parklands that are being diminished every year and being under such extensive threat. Last month or 2 months ago, there was we held a tree planting event with Councillor Jay Robinson because there was an outreach in the community because a single tree got cut in E.T. Seaton Park. Single tree, because it had meaning to the public. It was in their hearts, it was a landmark, and people felt a connection to that place, and that connection was taken away from them. Now Metrolinx is proposing to remove 1,100 trees from our parkland. I cannot even imagine the outrage and the hurt of the citizens that we are doing, and we are failing our children. My final thought is that the biggest to the Don Valley are not garbage. Garbage is on number 3 for us. On number 2, invasive species, which equates loss of biodiversity, but the real threat to the parkland is the reintroduction of industry. It will just reduce our parklands and what we are left.
Questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none.
I have a question. No, I'm sorry, I have a question.
Oh, question, Deputy.
No,
Go ahead,
I have
Councillor
a question of the deputant.
Yep.
Thank
you. Go ahead.
Sorry, I have my mic near me, Chair. You've done so much. I remember when you started your crusading for ravines a number of years ago. You really did that, Irene. Thank you very much for that. This is one of the biggest ravines in the city. The city has three big, well, maybe more than three, but the Don Valley, the Rouge Valley, and the Humber Valley.
Yeah.
Would you agree that they're the big super ravines?
Yes. The
And
watersheds. Yeah.
The watersheds, and they're considered our ravines. So our ravine strategy, you probably were there and made some comments about the ravine strategy when we just brought that through
That's
council
correct.
as well. Do you find that this introduction of the industry into this major ravine, one of Toronto's three big ravines, is a bit odd? It just doesn't fit with the strategy the city is taking, the strategy the province is taking.
Absolutely.
in
I
moving the
find
strategy.
I find it very hard to marry these two thoughts, that on one hand, people commend our job and say, what wonderful work these volunteers are doing, I support you. And at the same time, it's so easy to let Metrolinx just bulldoze their way through our parklands. This restoration that has happened in the proposed layover location has been done by volunteers. This is decades of work that has been done. What we're doing right now with our volunteers, is that going to be undone one day in the future? I mean,
Yes.
Metrolinx is setting a dangerous precedent, and I feel bad for what may happen in the future.
We're focused on the layover building and where it's going, the 11 acres, but just recently, I think people are thinking more about the tracks and the impact on the ravine itself.
Yes.
Do you think that I mean, when you think about this, and I know we want transit, do you believe that enough of the alternatives have really been looked at or seriously
I have not seen any coherent response around that or study done. So no, not at all.
So actually putting their feet to the fire to say, show us your work.
Yeah,
Basically,
they have not done their
show us your
homework,
work.
and it alarms me because it shows that they are unwilling to do so.
And what Mr. Collins said was that the environmental assessment, or the TPAP, actually didn't include a number of the tracks themselves and the new bridge. Were you aware of that before you heard that today?
I wasn't aware of that. I do know that some of the environmental assessments earlier were very outdated on the various sites that Metrolinx is proposing work done.
Thank you. Thanks very much for being here and all your great work in ravines. It's very much
Thank you.
appreciated.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions of the deputant? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your deputation. That concludes the deputations.
Madam Chair,
Questions of staff? Yes.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I have to leave at 2:30, so I'm happy to vote on the motions, but I have another commitment.
Okay. Questions of staff, and we're trying to get Councillor Prusa on too. We'll work on that.
I guess if are you short of quorum, Chair? If
we are, if
Secretary leaves?
Denzel goes. Yeah.
Okay, so you know what? I won't ask any questions of staff. If we have 4 minutes and he needs to be here and he's going to vote, then I would certainly ask you to simply expedite that so we could move this along.
Okay, so no questions. Speakers to this item. Councillor Cole, recognizing time constraints. Go ahead.
Sorry, Councillor Fletcher, but you know, this is one of my favorite topics.
Well,
Metrolinx.
yes, but sorry, I would also ask and speak, but it looks like I've asked the chair, are we going to lose quorum? Are you going to lose quorum when Councillor?
Well, this is the reason Metrolinx gets away with what they do.
So why don't we do
Okay,
this? Councillor Fletcher,
okay.
would you like a minute to speak?
It's not your fault, Councillor Fletcher, but this is why Metrolinx does what it does.
Councillor Cole, this will be at City Council where there will be quorum. So I would ask you to just move this ahead, please, today.
Okay, Councillor Cole has agreed to that. Okay, great.
Thank you.
Recognizing that then, all those in favor of the recommendations, all those opposed, the item carries. I am confirming as clerks, we have concluded business for the day. We have concluded business for the day. There will be the opportunity to speak to that item at council. Thank you very much, all the IAC members. This is our last meeting. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with all of you, and I think we've done some great things. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair McKelvey, for chairing us through some long and interesting meetings, including some really good meetings around climate change and active transportation. So thank you